Are we live? I am live. Here we are. 2020, our first charity live stream. I've been wanting to do one of these for a bit. It's been a good while. In not necessarily in the making, but I've wanted to do one for a while. I just have not been able to. And I haven't seen really a reason to until now, because this is a big thing. If you don't know what Hope from Home is, it's a relief thing for coronavirus and all the stuff that's going on right now, and is providing relief for those who need it. I'll pull it up to actually get kind of know what it is, just so I can get an actual thing. So give me a minute. About Hope for Home. Hope for Home is the first of its kind multi-platform digital fundraising event taking place on World Health Day to fight the impacts of COVID-19. That's what coronavirus is, if you didn't know. The digital fundraiser will bring together entertainers, influencers, gamers, streamers, and the public across a range of platforms, including TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook. Throughout the day, participants will watch inspiring stories, videos about the heroes on the front lines of the pandemic, hear about the important prevention measures, be invited to donate to relief funds and that will address the health, food insecurity, educational, economic challenges resulting from the virus. All funds raised from Hope for Home will be equally distributed through our 3 nonprofit partners below, whose collective work is more critical than ever in the face of the global novel coronavirus pandemic. So we're doing United Way, and United Way is supporting communities across the world struggling to cope with COVID-19. Together, we're protecting the most vulnerable, and Your generosity helps the people in need, people most in need access food. I can't read, as is evident by the video yesterday. People most in need access food, shelter, vital information, and more through United Way's global network. 95% of your donation to United Way Worldwide's COVID-19 Community Response and Recovery Fund will provide relief for those left vulnerable by the pandemic. United Way is committed to standing with our communities and supporting those impacted by the COVID-19 outbreak. So, donate whatever you can. The goal, it is small, admittedly, it's only $100, but that's not to say that I'm just like, It's the only reason I'm doing that is because it is feasible, and it's also the littlest amount that Tiltify would let me do. So up here it'll track whatever it is, and it'll say how much we've raised, and so far it's been nothing. But I'll be streaming for the next roughly 6 hours or so, or however long I feel like going. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. This is a really impromptu thing because I realized a lot of people are doing this today, and I was like, and I've been wanting to do a charity stream for a good bit, like I said in the beginning of the stream. But I figured since there's like a billion people streaming today, I figured why not do it myself. So here I am. I'm gonna be streaming for roughly 6 hours if I had to assume. But this campaign, it isn't just for today. It's for the next week. And also with my 6-year anniversary for YouTube being on Saturday, also do another 6-hour stream then. No, that'll probably end up being 12 hours. But I'll do another stream for this on Saturday as well. So for those who can make it to this, then can make it to that one and then donate, because 100 isn't where we stop. 100 is just where I would like to get, and regardless of if we get there or not, it's still money going to a great cause. So donate whatever you can, and if you can't donate, oh well, share the stream, whatever you want to do, and I'm actually going to do that here as well. Oh shit, this is very impromptu. I set this all up in the last roughly hour or so. So I haven't done anything. How do I? Oh shit! Is it? Oh damn it! I don't think I can. Shit. Oh wait, no. Add media. YouTube Live. Channel ID. Does this link to the right place? Sure does. Create. I hope that is right. No. The fuck. Hold on, bear with me. What the hell? I'm not sure how to do this. If you can believe that. Do I need to go to the stream and then... That's probably what I need to do. Shut up, me. God damn it, how do I... Hold on, I'm gonna pull... Can I pull down the campaign quick and then remake it? Hold on. How to add YouTube Live stream to Tiltify. How do I do this? Could I just add just a random video? 'Cause I think I have the right idea. I'm not quite sure. This is a great start to a stream. A great start to a charity stream. Okay. So I did that right. the hell? I think I need to pull down the campaign to do that. Alright, that's pulled down. I don't see why I would have to, though. Oh, shit. It has to be published for me to see. Fuck. Is this stream public? Yeah, it is. Bear with me. Enter the username. Or valid URL. Do I need the YouTube URL? Oh shit, we're eerily close to 90 subscribers too. God damn, what the fuck? Why can't I add this? Hold on, I'll go to the be right back screen and I'll be back as soon as I can. This video we're gonna go over how to set up that video is of no help. I'm sure I can do it with the campaign published, so I'm gonna publish the campaign. I started way before I was ready. So Twitch is probably easy. Yeah, it added my Twitch. YouTube Live. Channel ID. How to get YouTube ID. Sign into YouTube. Click your profile picture. On the left menu, click Advanced Settings. Ah, fuck. I'm trying to get this figured out, guys. This is just a great start to the stream. Oh shit, I figured it out. Alright, now view campaign, and then the stream should be there. Alright, it is. Hell yeah, okay. Alright, it's all working now. Okay, thank God. So, now that we have all that figured out, that took way too long. That took 20 minutes. But now that we're into this, now I can explain stuff because I forgot to mention some stuff before. I said what the charity is, but the goal, like I said, is only 100, but that's still plenty. Every donation counts, or any contribution counts towards this charity. But if you have gone to the Tiltify page, you've seen that there is some milestones here. There's Sriracha Jelly Bean. What's that mean? Well, let me tell you. So, a few weeks ago, pre-quarantine, this is probably closer to a month ago, me and Bobby, we went to Burlington, and because he was getting some shoes, I got some shoes too, and I bought a razor there too. But I bought some of these. I'll zoom in. But I bought some of these. They're Bean Boozled Fiery 5 jelly beans. So basically every 20 bucks. So at 20 bucks, I'll eat the Sriracha one. Here, I'll show this easier so I don't end up spilling these. But on the box, it says the camera slopes, so let me fix that. So in the box, it shows what ones are the most spicy. So Sriracha's the least spicy. Then it's jalapeno being 2, and then cayenne is 3, then habanero is 4, and then Carolina Reaper being the hottest pepper in the world is the 5th. So basically, every time we hit 20 bucks, I'm gonna eat the jelly bean, it says. So it goes in that order. So I'll eat the Sriracha one first, then the jalapeno, then the cayenne, then the habanero, then the Carolina Reaper. So yeah, I'm gonna flip the camera again because I don't like it looking like this. So yeah, I like the way it looks like this, but then the other way, if it's how it normally is, I don't care for how that looks. But yeah, so now I'm gonna share the stream on both Twitter and my personal Facebook. This music is damn good. We are streaming to help out those in need during these crazy times. if you would like to donate, here is the link. If not, please share the word and tell people about the donation page / stream and link. I just linked the Tiltify because that is much better if someone finds that than the stream, because then people will be more likely to donate than just sit and watch a stream. Alright, this is the first time I've posted on Facebook in a good bit. I am doing a fundraiser for Corona. Why is Facebook being all late? Because the page isn't fully loaded yet. Coronavirus relief. If you would like to contribute, please do. There we go. And first thing on Facebook in probably years. But yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, this stream was entirely impromptu. I don't know what I'm going to be doing on this stream. For now, I'm just sitting here and talking. So now that everything is set up, we can get into the stream. So I think I said everything I wanted to. I mentioned the Bean Boozled. I mentioned that I'll be doing another stream for this on Saturday, and I mentioned that this will be a long one. So yeah, I think I mentioned all that I wanted to, but yeah, it should be fun because I wanted to do something like this for a while. So here we are. We're streaming. We're doing it for charity. So let's go. I think this first little bit I'm just gonna, I don't know at all what I'm doing this stream. I didn't even know I was streaming till just a couple hours ago. So I was like, I think I could. I think I will. So I have everything. I have Streamlabs, I got that. Alright. I don't know what to do. I just want to raise money. Why is my... No, I don't want... For once, I don't want a donation link to me there. I don't want money going to me. I want money going to charity. Alright. So, what the hell am I supposed to do? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's been a while since I've just sat and chatted. So, let's just do that. But yeah, I don't know. Yo, we're living in crazy times. I was thinking about this. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but I was thinking, like, in like however many years, in like 50, 100 years or so, someone is going to or not someone, but they're gonna teach this in like history classes and stuff, and that is really weird because we're in some odd times. Like, granted, like there's been stuff like this in the past, but for the first time, we're living in something that's going to be in the history books. Like, granted, like, anything that happens in our lives is going to be in history books, but this, especially, like, this being a pandemic, being in our lifetime, is really weird. And, like, yeah, you can say, oh, we've been living in weird times with, like, technology and all that, and the internet and blah, blah, blah. And there's been, like, advances in certain things, but it's like, yeah, but we're talking about a pandemic that shut down the world, basically. So I don't know which is gonna be more interesting for us to live through: advances in technology, or, well, granted, this isn't good, but which is gonna be more interesting for kids to learn in history classes in 100 years, about coronavirus or advances in technology? Because, like, they're not gonna care about what we use, like, about, like, the iPhone X or whatever. It's like they're not gonna care about any of like the technology we have, because it'll be so far behind with the advances in technology. In 100 years, technology is gonna be insane. It's gonna be what people thought it was gonna be now in the 60s. But they're gonna be like, oh, I don't care about the origins of virtual reality. I care about a pandemic that shut down the world. But this is the first thing, like, that's being handled, like, properly. And granted, there are people who refuse to social distance because it doesn't affect them. But I want to say, if you're one of those people who are like, oh, it doesn't affect me, it doesn't matter, stop. Get rid of that mindset. You could give it to someone else. Regardless, you could be asymptomatic, yes. But the best way to prevent other people from having it and to flatten the curve is to act as if you have it. So wash your hands, use hand sanitizer, social distance, go outside as little as you can. Don't be one of the people that gets elderly person sick. Just please don't be that person. So, yeah. But yeah, these are weird times. Weird times to be alive. We thought that was the advances in technology, but this, Jesus. But yeah, I think I mentioned this in a Twitch stream a bit ago, but back, like, in January, when coronavirus had first started and it was only in China, I did a video in Plague Inc. and I called it coronavirus, and I a little bit regret not putting that video out, because I started editing it, and I don't know what it was, but I was just like, I was like, I don't know how I feel about it, but I wish I put that video out, because I thought about that yesterday. I was like, I should have put that out then, because if I put it out now, it'll be insensitive because of all the lockdowns and stuff in the certain states. But yeah, it is weird though. It's like it becomes more and more real as the YouTubers I watch start doing things from home. Like Rhett and Link just started uploading stuff from home. A lot of, like, the Rooster Teeth like partners and stuff like that have been doing stuff from home for a bit, and it is weird. Like, everything is kind of like, it's really weird, because it's like, I don't know, it's like it's the same but it's different. It's like, it's really weird, and I don't know what it is, but I've always been like, oh, I'd rather stay home. But it's like, and I stay home, like, a lot of the summer I stay home, but it's the fact that we have to, I think, is making me feel this way, and being like, I don't know if I want to, or I don't know what I'm saying. But I feel like trapped in a way. It's weird, but it's like I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's really weird, because we are we are forced to stay in the house, and even though I do stay in the house a lot, it's like I don't want to right now, because like I want to have the freedom to leave, but it's like you shouldn't, and I won't, but I want to. And it's like I've gone on walks and stuff, but just to get some fresh air and all that, but I don't know, it's weird times. Yeah, I hope everyone's staying safe. I hope since there's been lockdowns and stuff, essentially like it's safer. It's called like safer at home or whatever, the actual thing, what the government's calling it or whatever. It's called safer at home or whatever, but um, it's essentially just lockdown. Um, it's weird. It's really weird, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm fucking saying, but it's I hope I was trying to remember what I was saying, but I know I don't know what I'm saying. I keep knowing what I'm gonna say, but then I say the wrong things. But so I hope that there's less people not believing that, or less people going outside and just not caring about whether or not they give people corona or not. I hope that there's less and less of that the more there is lockdowns. I hope there's a lot less of people going out and just being like, "Hey, I'm gonna do whatever. It doesn't affect me because I'm young and my immune system's good." But it's like that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, bud. But I don't know. I don't understand that mindset. Like, oh, there's this pandemic, but I'm not gonna change how I am just because of some virus. But it's like, don't do that. But yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna just play Tetris, because I can play Tetris and then it can also act as me just talking. So let's go. Hold on, let me get this figured out. Oh, sorry, not to flex, but do I have everything? Yeah, I do. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping there's some donations at least, but yeah. I don't know. Regardless, it's good just to get the word out. Regardless of if there is actual people that donate, I hope people do. But there's always just I'm getting the word out, I guess, too. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of the biggest reason why I haven't done a charity stream thus far. Is because I have a feeling that no one would, but if I just reach out and I'm like, hey, and if I reach out and I'm just like, hey, please, then most likely, and that's why I put it on Facebook, just so that then there is some donations going, and yeah. But yeah, after the stream, I will donate myself. So yeah, just so that then I'm not saying, hey, you donate, but I will, and I'll put her out. I'll say, hey, look at this, I donated. Hey, look at me, I'm a good charity guy. The only reason is why after is because I don't have a credit card, and mommy does, or a debit card, I guess, but mommy does. and she's at work because if anyone at my house is gonna get it, it's gonna be her, because she works in retail, so she's an essential worker. So if anyone in my house were to contract it, not attract it, but if anyone were to contract it in my house, it would be her, because she is an essential worker. But yeah, and I want to say that too, for all the essential workers working in these times, thank you. You're what's keeping this world going round, and you're risking your life, basically. But yeah, there's so many people in my life that are essential workers right now, because my mom, Bobby, you know him, but Bobby and Mason, they both work at the grocery store. So yeah, there's a lot of people in my life that are essential workers. But yeah, hopefully they're staying safe. But it seems to be like a lot of older people that it's like, obviously there's like the college age people that are just like, oh fuck it, it doesn't matter, oh well. But it seems like almost people that it affects aren't taking it that seriously either, because it's like, I don't know, it's like, it's a serious thing and they're aware of that, but they're just like, it's unlikely that I'll get it. But it's like yeah, but something like a sickness, you're not able to be like, oh, I won't get it. But it's like, there's always the possibility that you will. So yeah, there's always the possibility that it can happen. So yeah. And I don't really want them risking it, because both my grandparents are the ages that it affects. They're both over 60. My parents aren't over 60. But I don't know. But they should be fine even if they do get it. But there is the chance that it's a bad case of it. But everything from what I've heard, I think I mentioned this in the video I put out yesterday, but everything from what I've heard, it's really bad. Because I heard someone on Howard Stern's podcast. I heard someone who had, I don't remember who it was, but someone who had it, like their whole family had it or whatever, and it was hell. It sounded terrible. Like, you're super weak, you're shitting your brains out. It's like, it does not sound fun whatsoever. But yeah. But yeah, I can't wait for the world to turn back on. Because I don't know, it's just odd. Because thankfully it is in North Dakota, but it isn't in my county, I don't think. I should look that up. Hold on. Coronavirus cases, North Dakota. There's 237 cases. Jesus. Only 4 deaths though. That's not bad. The 82 recovered though. That's a pretty decent rate. Here, let me do the math. So if 82 have recovered and there's been 237 cases, that's a 34. That's a 34? Yeah. 34.5% success rate, so that's not bad. And then with the 4 deaths, it's only a 1.6% death rate here, so that's not bad. So it's unlikely that anything really bad would happen well, I guess it depends on the person that gets it, but yeah. First case was the 11th. Was I still in school then? I don't know. Let me see. By count, cases by county. It's in my old county. There's 2 cases. County. Okay, this will be easier. No cases in my county, but good. There's no cases in my grandparents' county either, but there's 11 cases in Grand Forks County, and they live close to there, so oof. Well, no, my grandpa wouldn't be going there anyway, but yeah, that's where my grandpa works, is in Grand Forks, so oof. Yeah, let's hope they're staying safe, because if anyone in my family should be taking it seriously, it should be them, because they are the age that it severely affects. But I think Tom Hanks got over it. I think, or not got over it, but recovered from it. I think, or symptoms went away or whatever. But here, let me look that up too. Tom Hanks, Corona. Tom Hanks update. He and his wife. Oh wait, this probably looks weird. He and his wife are recovering from coronavirus, and she feels well enough to rap. Wait, what? Could this play? Ender's Game, huh?
You drew a picture of my morning, but you couldn't make my day. I'm rocking and you're yawning, but you never look my way. I'm looking down you, darling, in every single way. Your funny flow is foreign, and your green comes on the way. This ain't got shit to do with shampoo, so watch your head and shoulder. Brother older, bold enough to fold you. Yo, I told you, afraid of what I made and played it with some funky twists of sage, flips and tricks. Put that music in your funky day. Triggers from the real town, ill town. Some ask how it feels now. The deals that were real, so we're still round. Don't lamp with a freestyle phantom. Ain't trying to be handsome. Shrinking what you're thinking, cause I'm vamping. I live and die for hip-hop. This is hip-hop of today. I give props to hip-hop. So hip-hop, hooray! Ho! Hey! Ho! Hey! Ho! Hey! Ho! Hip-hop, hooray! Ho! Hey! Ho! Hey! Ho! Hey! Ho!
What'd you just call me?
About a brother gaining low ground, being low down. I do the showdown with every little hoe round. No, I wanna know who you believe in with your funny reasons. Even when I'm sleeping, you think I'm cheating. You said I know you, Mr. OPP man. Your PP man won't only see me man. You should have known that when I hit it a step that I was with it a bit, not to consider the rep. Heck, I did your partner cause she's hot as a baker.
Excuse you?
Nature, not cause I hate you. You put your heart in a pot that spreads apart, and you forgot that I forgave when you had a spot. You try to act like something really big is missing, even though my name's graffiti written on your kitten. I love black women always, and disrespect ain't the way. And that's the family today. Hip hop, hooray! Ho! Hey!
Hey! Ho!
Hey!
Hey!
Ho!
Ho! You called me again.
Hey! Ho! Hip hop, hooray! Ho! Hey! Ho! Hey! Ho! Hey! Ho! Hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hooray!
Wait, can I get copyrighted for this? I just happen to think. I better not get copyrighted. I'm gonna stop just in case. So the Hanks clan acknowledges that social distancing and staying from home has been a difficult adjustment for many. Yeah, I read Hanks's tweet. So yeah, they're recovering at least. So they're good enough. His wife is good enough to rap. So I think they should be all right. Or she, at least. As a survivor. But yeah, this will pass. It'll no doubtably pass as long as people do agree to just unanimously agree to socially distance. So people just gotta listen and hope for the best, because it's like, if you don't social distance, then there's no chance in hell that this is gonna stop. But people just need to social distance, and I know people are sick and goddamn tired of hearing about coronavirus stuff, but it's like, that's what this is about. You knew what you clicked on. Because it's even, I think it's in the title. I don't remember what the title is, but it's like, let's fight COVID or whatever the hell. But yeah. Yeah, and I understand. It's like, it's annoying to hear like constantly, because like even before everything got postponed and school was canceled and all that, it's like I was already sick of hearing about it. And it's like, even now, like at least I don't suss it out, and if there's something about it, I'll be like, oh, okay. And it's like, people on Facebook will like post stuff, and it's like daily, and I get kind of annoyed by it. It's like, it's daily like updates, like with how many cases there are. It's like, yes, there's gonna be more and more cases every day, but that's just because it's now in North Dakota. So it's like, it's no surprise that there's more and more cases. And it's like, I don't know, I'll see it and I'll get all annoyed, and I'm like, ugh. I get it. I don't necessarily want to know how many cases there are, but I'm aware that it's here, and I should be not scared, but just aware of it. And that's the thing. Don't be scared of coronavirus. Just be aware that it's here, and it's is it in every state now? Let me look that up. Is coronavirus in every state in the US? Where's this map that I was promised? Control county. No, I don't want the counties. Wait. Oh, wait. CNN. Is it? Yeah, it's in every state. The East Coast is just littered. That makes sense, because it's not even in New York where there's a lot. But yeah, it is in every single state. There's a lot in North Dakota. There's more in here than... Oh, what's to the right of us? Montana. But yeah, it's surprising that Tom Hanks, like a couple weeks after the corona got to the US, like, granted, he was in Australia at the time and they quarantined down in Australia, but it's surprising that he was the first that I heard about, at least, to get corona, whereas it started in California. So there, in the US at least, it started in California, and Tom Hanks, who was in Australia, was the first celebrity that I heard about got it. But yeah, it's surprising since there's a lot of celebrities there and all that Tom Hanks was the first celebrity to get it. I wonder how many YouTubers have gotten it, like notable YouTubers. Because surprisingly, there's been nothing on. Granted, I don't check it very often, but there's been nothing on the trending tab that's been titled "I got Corona." But would they even put that on there, or would that be like, no, can't do that because you can't talk about, or you'd get demonetized for like talking about like disasters or whatever, like shootings or whatever, I think, or having it in your title or description or whatever. Or what? I'm not entirely sure about how the whole thing worked or works or whatever, if that's still in place. But yeah, I don't know. So I don't know if that would be on the trending page or not. Maybe it would, to say, hey, anyone can get it. But it's like, even with Tom Hanks, like anyone can. That shows that anyone can get it. But even then, when Tom Hanks got it, that was before like the big like, hey, wash your hands, do this and this and this, and you should be okay. But yeah, I was also thinking about this because I'm gonna talk a lot about like just my thoughts on all this because I haven't talked about it before. But there has been or I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just on autopilot. But I was thinking about this the other night. And the industry that took the biggest hit, like directly, was the music industry because, like, or specifically touring, the touring industry took the biggest hit because, or in my mind at least, because there was like a bunch of like tours playing for bands I listened to, and a lot of those were canceled, obviously, but a lot of those were canceled. And they took probably by far the biggest hit because there's going to be refunds and stuff, and there's going to be people who don't come back because of time conflictions that weren't a thing before, and like big music festivals too, because Metallica was going to do a bunch of festivals in the summer, and a lot of those, I guess I haven't looked into it, but a lot of those I'm assuming are canceled now, but yeah. And I was waiting for a while. It wasn't until a couple weeks after everything was getting, or like a few days, I mean, a few days after like everything was getting canceled, like the NBA and baseball and all that, was getting canceled. Then like a few days later, like that Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever it was, E3 got canceled, and that was what I was waiting for because I was like, I wonder whether or not E3 is gonna get canceled. Because it's like, granted, it is June, but also who knows how long this will last. So hopefully it doesn't leak into the summer, but it probably will. It'll probably leak into a little bit of June because the world won't be normal for a while, but at a point this will become the new normal, which I don't like. I don't care for the online like school shit. I don't like it because I'm such a bad procrastinator. So I've mentioned this in the April Fool's video, but what was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm a bad procrastinator, so I leave almost everything to the last minute. You don't want a straw, huh? No straws, huh? You don't want to be an ant? Well, tell your brother that. Or sister, I guess. You can't be an ant, idiot. You're a guy. These lo-fi hip-hop songs have the weirdest like not vocals, but like snippets of audio. It has some of the weirdest stuff. It's like I like it for like this setting, where I can't play copyrighted music, but I don't know, it's goony. I just realized I've been talking for like an hour straight. My throat sure is feeling it. My throat will hopefully be feeling it once I start eating some jelly beans. Regardless, I'll leave the stream up after the fact, but hopefully there's some donations at some point. Because regardless of if there's donations, is a good like kind of acts as a good PSA. But yeah, hopefully at some point someone donates. But yeah, I also understand that these are some tough times for people, because there's people getting laid off from work and stuff and are unemployed at the moment just because of the uncertainty of the future. Yeah, I'm sure there's not a lot of people that are just like able to like spend money just like, oh yeah, I'll throw however much money to a charity. But yeah, I understand that aspect, but yeah, I don't know. I understand that, but it's also going to hell. No, I'm not trying to guilt, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. To be frank. Just kidding, I'm Trevor. So dumb. Shit. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. That's not true, but give me a minute. I'm gonna go pee and wash my hands. Do that and you probably won't get corona. So yeah, I'll be right back. I'll just leave this up and I'll just mute. So then if people donate, then you see yourself, because it's not on the be right back thing. I could add it though, so I'm gonna do that. So I don't need to leave this. Alright, I'll be right back. Shit. Never mind. Damn it, I made that way too big. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, now I'll be right back. So, what do you guys sing when you wash your hands? I don't know. I went upstairs to grab something to eat because I haven't eaten today. And this was on the table, so I took it. But yeah, I don't know. What's up? Hello, Brady. That's my cousin. How don't you know how to spell my name yet? It's O, not E. I didn't even notice that at first. Sorry, it's alright. I feel like I wasn't. You know, I don't know. When I was taught to wash my hands, I was taught to sing the ABCs, not any of this happy birthday shit. Oh, Nana's watching. As I just said that. Whoops. I feel goony now. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing alright with all this. Yeah, that's why she just texted me and said, "Hey, I'm watching." Yeah. Uh-oh, she's typing again. You're doing good, just be yourself. I don't know if you want that. I'm not sure you want that, Nana. Right after I say that, I get a text from that could not have been any funnier timing. I don't know if it's funny or bad, but I don't know. It's funny to me. At first I was like, ugh. But, oh well. What's she gonna do? Take away my birthday? That's been a phrase that's been circulating in my friend group recently. Because, like, we talk about, like, stuff and just stuff that we shouldn't necessarily be doing. And we're like, well, what are they gonna do? Take away my birthday? Just remove that day from the calendar. Thinking about that, just that phrase. How would that work? Taking away someone's birthday. How would that work? Exactly. Just X out that day on the calendar. Just fill it in with Sharpie. I'll take away. No. Been going an hour. It's a good thing I didn't set the goal any higher. I don't know if that... Let me check quick. Did Tiltify crash? That would not surprise me. Because there is a lot of people streaming today. Nope, nothing yet. I don't know if this was just slow or what, but maybe Tiltify just as a whole is just being slow today. That wouldn't surprise me. Assuming people are donating. But regardless, it wouldn't surprise me because there is a ton of people streaming with using Tiltify today. It's still funny though, that timing. Like right as I was done saying it, my phone went off. I was like, hey. So Nana, I was like, oh, maybe she donated, but she was like, hey, I'm watching. I was like, uh-oh. Bad time. Not necessarily a bad time, but just not a great time. Or could have been definitely worse. But I say that, but nothing immediately comes to mind. I could have said much worse stuff. Or go one further than that. I'll leave now so I want... No, you're fine, Nana. You're fine. You're not making me nervous. It's just funny. I'm not worried. You said to be myself, and I'll be myself. I'll be like me on the Luton trip. That's an inside joke. God, that was a fun trip. I think I talked about it like not long after we went on it, but that was a fun trip. But then right after, because we were gone for like a week, and then we came back and then immediately had to leave again that weekend because we got home. We were gone for a week and then we had to leave again for a week, and I was like, ugh. Too much time away from home, and I get very homesick. If I'm gone for like more than a week, I start getting rascally. No, not rascally, but just like homesick. I'm very much a creature of routine in that way. Like, I don't like being away from home for too long. Like, I like going places, but I don't like being away from home for more than a week. There's still. How have I lasted this long? God dang it. I just altered my speech. It's in the back of my head now. Regardless of if she actually left or not. It's still in the back of my head that she's here. Because there's always a possibility. It's like, I understand I can just be me. But and say whatever the heck I want, but there's part of me that'll change. just with the idea. But yeah, while putting that on Facebook, I forgot that it was linking to this. This as well as Tiltify, I guess, but I don't know what it is, but it's always after like I find out that like a family member has watched like my videos or whatever. I'm always just kind of like, ooh, when I'm recording, I'm like, ooh, or editing or whatever. I was like, oof, a family member X, Y, or Z might see this whole. But I don't know. I guess I don't care. It's just me being me. But I don't know. There's definitely things I could change. But oh whoa. I don't know what it was, but I just was like, wait a minute, I'm technically doing a telethon. I don't know why that just randomly popped in my head, but it's like a telethon. Because I was thinking like of a higher production like thing. Because my mind was just going, and because I was like kind of zoning out a bit, but I was like, this is like a telethon. Is that the right phrase? I think it is. I think yeah. To be 100% honest, I'm not quite sure what it is. Telethon. It is a televised fundraising event that lasts many hours or even days. The purpose of which to raise money for a charitable there's political telethons too? I just realized it's TV, not telephone. I just realized that. Why did I always think it was telephone? Because it's television, but you don't think television unless you're from like forever ago. It's TV. Television's too long to say. Yeah, this one's definitely not gonna be the longer one of the two, because regardless of if we hit our goal today, I'm still gonna stream on Saturday regardless, since that's the 6-year anniversary of doing this. And that's really weird too. I'll talk about this more on Saturday, but it is odd, the fact that I've been doing this for 6 years. And that is weird. This is good music for me talking about it. Let me just mark this down for Saturday. No, that is odd. That's a really long time. 6 years to devote to doing one thing. Like one... Well, it's not just this that I've done, but it's like, it's real weird. It's something I like to celebrate too. It's like, it's another year that I've done this with little success, but it's like I've still done it and treat it as if I've had all the success in the world. Because it's something I really like doing. Regardless of if I'm a channel down, if I... This is astonishingly good music to happen to be playing for this type of thing. But granted, I'm a channel down. A channel's gotten deleted, but that didn't keep me down. I feel like I'm more so playing to the music. Hold on. I should pull that over there, because the music isn't important. This is. Oh, shoot. I'm glad this lo-fi hip-hop stream is a thing, because it's great for stuff like this. Or not stuff like this, but for YouTube streams, because on Twitch I just play whatever music I want, because it's whatever. It's whatever over there. It's basically the Wild West. You just can't take your shirt off. But yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that they were both the same. I do that so often. I'll hit hold, but it'll be the exact same button. I'm like, well, shoot. I don't even know if she's still here, but Nana being here puts me on my best behavior. Possibility. So I forgot that I put it. I knew, obviously, but I forgot that I was aware of the possibility of that, of family members watching, but I forgot about the fact, or I forgot that, I forgot about it, and then I was like, oh. What updated on the live dashboard? I don't know if I can show it, so I'm not going to do anything. What the hell? Oh. There's a YouTube notification. I was like, what the hell happened? How long have we been going? An hour and a half? Hour and a half? 0 money raised? Nice. I don't know. Sorry. Oh, I'm not showing the game. Oh, we're at the stage where it's just there. No, I was able to move it. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, I remember why I was on my phone. Here, look at me on my phone. Hey, look, did you know that I'm streaming? Hey, look, it's my stream. This is clapped. Alright, just had to delete my channel. I can't make that joke. YouTube already did. YouTube already made that joke, and they actually did the joke. Oh, shoot. Is this what's it called? Not a nursery rhyme. A lullaby? This could put me to sleep. There's a possibility. I wake up, we magically hit the goal. Whoa! Look it. $1 million. I guess I should mention this. Or I feel like mentioning this. But before I decided to do this stream today, I had already planned to do a 12-hour stream just because this music is real loud. But I decided to do the 12-hour stream on Saturday, on the actual anniversary, like a few days ago, because I didn't even realize, or I didn't know that I was going to be doing this until today, like I had mentioned. So like a couple hours ago, I didn't know that I was doing this, but I was like, why not? So then I quickly set everything up and then did some more setting up on stream. But I had already planned to do the 12-hour stream because I was like, I'll just do it, because I'll just do a 12-hour stream just for the hell of it, because I just want to. Simple as that. I wonder how many subscribers we're at, because it surprised me when I looked it up earlier and I was at 89. Because yeah, that was a surprise, because I must have blew up overnight. Got a whole 3 subscribers overnight. Oh, it was the people who watched the video yesterday. No, I don't know. That thumbnail from yesterday that's one of my favorites I've ever done. Because I don't know what it is. It's relatively simplistic, but I don't know if it's because I did it or what. But I was like, I really like that. Because I just masked myself out of the background out of me, or I rotoscoped myself. That's what it's called. I rotoscoped myself, and then I just had a second layer of myself that was orange, and then I just put that to like 68 opacity, and then I did the thing, and then I added the background, and then I added the text and the arrow. It was very simplistic, but it took me a while to figure out that was going to be the thumbnail. I was like, I really like that. If you haven't seen it, I'll pull her up. Come on, Discord. I sent it to Jack. I was like, hey, look at this. There's the thumbnail. I'm really proud of that. I don't know what it is. It's very simplistic. Oh yeah, I also had the arrow and I warped it to then more point at me. I don't know why I added the arrow, but I added it. What the? That was something. I don't know what happened. My keyboard was just being goofy. Shoot. No, shoot. Dang it. Dang it. Keep goofing. I keep goofing myself. I keep goofing. Goofing, doofing, schmerz. Oh shoot. Ah. I had it fixed. No! That actually was alright. Goofing, doofing, boofing, schmerz. Incorporated. How did they come up with that name? I feel like if Rick and Morty were to ever do any sort of crossover with any Disney show aside from Gravity Falls, because the creator of both Gravity Falls and Rick and Morty are both friends. And there was something with that, but I don't remember what it was, because there was like a little bit of crossover between the two, I think. But I don't know what it was. But I don't know. But anyway, if I feel like if Rick and Morty were to ever cross over with any Disney show, I feel like it'd be with Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb. I had to assume it'd be that. But yeah, I don't know. That'd be something. Wasn't there like rumors or something like that to be a Phineas and Ferb like comeback? Phineas and Ferb. Wasn't it like rumored or something, or someone's like, oh, this is. Or maybe it was just a video that I saw on YouTube and was like, hey, possible Phineas and Ferb, the movie. Oh, a possible movie. Phineas and Ferb fans find a silver lining in quarantine. Phineas and... Here, I'll fix this. Phineas and Ferb fans are finding one silver lining. Over the course of the past couple weeks, what have all these kids hanging out at home learned at the same time? Well, they're all in for the mother of summer vacations, as there is no school for almost half the year. It's all right here in the theme song. Is it just... There's 104 days of summer vacation. Who comes along just to end it? Is it just the theme song? Oh, is it just that? I have a longer summer holiday than Phineas and Ferb. Oh, so the fuck? That's not what I was looking for. I've heard this song. Possible Katniss Against the Universe. Don't. Last year's D23, Disney announced a brand new Phineas and Ferb Disney Plus original. Oh! Oh, shit. Due to arrive on Disney Plus later this year. Finishing off oh, so that's what I heard about. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty neat. I don't usually stream for this long. I don't know what to do. Let's watch other people's coronavirus streams. No. Hey, Brian. Oh, I wanted to reiterate this. From this stream, I don't get any of this. This all goes straight to Tiltify. That goes straight to the charity. From what I'm aware, and it all goes to coronavirus relief. And the goal is right here. It's $100. Just because I'm not sure how much we're gonna raise today. But donate as much or as little as you can. Yeah. It all goes to benefiting United Way. It says it right here. And this is all part of Jacksepticeye's Hope from Home thing. I think it's him who set it up. Or whoever set it up. I heard it from Jack. Yeah, so this is all for Hope from Home. This is all going towards benefiting people in need during all the coronavirus like lockdown type stuff. This is all going to benefit people that are less fortunate in these times. So if you can donate, great. If not, spread the word about this stream, just so that then we can raise the most amount of money possible during this. So yeah, there's also incentives to donate and get to the goal, because I mentioned this at the top of the stream, but I'll mention it again. I have these Bean Boozled Fiery 5. They're spicy jelly beans. There's all the way from Sriracha to Carolina Reaper. Carolina Reaper being the hottest pepper in the world. So if you want to see me eat those, better get donating. Yeah, we've been going for close to 2 hours at this point, and nada. But I don't know. I've said this before, but regardless of if there is donations or not, it's still good for me to spread this word out there and just let you guys know and have this act as a PSA, if anything, to take this seriously. Take this as serious as you can, because there are people who are immunodeficient or don't have good immune systems and could end up dying from the coronavirus or COVID-19, whatever you want to call it. So there are people that could die from coronavirus, regardless of if they're over 60 or not, because it's shown that a lot of people the majority of the deaths are people who are over 60, but a lot of the people that are, but there are other people outside of that age bracket that are immunodeficient and are not able to survive this, unfortunately. So if you can donate, great, like I said, but if you can't, don't feel bad, just share the stream however you can. So yeah, I really want to hit this goal. I really want to raise some money for charity today. So yeah, and this is going up until next week, being the 14th. This goes through then, so if you can't donate now, that's fine. But yeah, and there will be another stream where I push this heavily later this week on Saturday. So if you can't donate now, you have a full week. So yeah, This goes up until then. So, and I understand that these are hard times because people are getting laid off from work and aren't able to work and don't have money at the moment. But yeah, so donate whatever you can. Even $1 helps. $1 reaches us just that much closer to the goal, and it will also help immensely with everyone streaming today. Because even if you can just do $1, it immensely helps because there's a lot of people that have the coronavirus, and the doctors and all that need need a break, if you want to say that, because yeah, but I don't know. But this does largely go to families that are in need and don't have access to food and all that. So this goes to help towards that. So yeah, just wanted to reiterate that. But yeah, so regardless of if you can donate or not, sharing helps. Sharing would help immensely because it's going out to a lot of people, and it will go out to more people than if you don't. So if you, and it goes toward, all the money goes towards a good cause. So there's nothing that'll hurt you in sharing. Sharing is caring, and if you don't care, well, I just gotta say, I don't know how I feel about you. If you don't care about charity, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. Look at all these live streams. Me. Lo-fi. That's not charity. Markiplier Jack. It's probably more, right? If I had to assume. Yeah, Crank Gameplays. A bunch of people streaming today. So let's get to it. This charity stream's going real well, raising a lot of money for charity. Shit. I don't know. I hope we raise at least $1. Let's goof that one. I'm zoning out. I'm just realizing this is like the Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th. This is like the Friday the 13th stream all over again. I had an idea for something and I was like, hey, that's gonna be cool. But then nothing happens. Up. This is a potential Friday the 13th. That's about when all this started. So it's like Groundhog's Day. You're not wrong. But yeah, on Friday the 13th, back in September, I think it was, I did a stream where I had the alert sounds for when someone subscribed or donated. It would be just loud noises, just screams, and so it scares the shit out of me. But then no one subscribed, no one donated, so that was a fail. And that you can find it still. It's in the Stream VODs playlist on the channel, but yeah, I did not want to leave that out because that was just a failure of a stream. And then also, I talked about this on the podcast, but both that and also the games I wanted to play didn't work, because I played, I think, Baldi's Basics, and I was just like, this isn't that scary, or I was going to, and I was like, but then I wanted to play this other game. I don't remember what it was called, but I was like, this could be a neat game, but yeah, but then it just didn't work. The game, it ran fine, but it just messed up OBS, so yeah. I don't know. We're about to cross 2 hours. How? It's felt like barely even an hour. The stream's been going by fast, even though we're not raising any money. How can you say no to that? Ooh. But yeah, when those games didn't work, I was just like, I'll just play scary Flash games. And the only ones that actually scared me were like jump scare ones. That stream was atrocious. There's not many streams or videos that I want to forget, but that stream is one of them. Because I did not like the way that turned out. Hence why it's unlisted, because if it was alright, if the stream went alright, if the games had worked, I would have just left the stream up public. But then the fact that the games didn't work, I was just like, that's going unlisted. So I was like, oh well, no one subscribed and no one donated, but that's okay. There was still some cool gameplay, but there's no cool gameplay, so it's unlisted. There we go. Ah, shoot. Shoot, dude. That would be my luck, though. I do a charity stream and be like, hey, and try my best to get donations, or not even donations, but just to raise money, because I don't like calling it donations, because it's like, it's not really that. It's just giving money to a charity, because I guess it is like a donation, like a charitable donation, but it's like, it feels weird saying donations when it's in like a stream sense. So not get any money raised, I guess, is a better way of putting it, I guess. But I don't know what I'm saying, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, that would be my luck to do a charity stream. Try my best to get money, but then, no, nothing. That'd be my luck. Shoot. I'm doing alright though, each time. Why am I feeling tired? I haven't even been streaming that long. I just crossed 2 hours. Why am I so tired? I only got up at like, what? What was it, 8:30 I got up? Was it even that? Maybe 9? I don't know. Shit. I don't know, it was 8:30 or 9. It wasn't too early when I got up. So I shouldn't be as tired as I am. But you know, raising no money for charity is hard work. Wait a minute. Let me check something quick. I'm also gonna do something. There's much easier ways to get to my post. There we go. Alright, now to check the thing I actually wanted. Is there a way to... Is there a way to... Is there a way... Is there a way... I need to stop that. I want to know if there's a way to lower what the initial, like, donate thing is. Because if I go to the donate page... hold on. It immediately shows 20. So I want to know if I can... Because you can do... Whoops. You can't do $1. You can donate anything. Because, yeah. You can do anything. But I don't know that I control that. I want to know if there's a way to lower what it immediately shows. Would I have to... Would I need to unpublish the thing again? How do I do that? How do I do that? I'll pull down the campaign quick. Now's when people are gonna want to donate. Oh, I'm gonna republish that because I wouldn't think. How to add minimum donation on Tiltify. I don't know. Why does that still link to just the page? Oh well. That'll happen. So just a reminder, this is for coronavirus, for relief, for that. Here, I'll read out the thing again. United Way. So we're here today. We gather here today for coronavirus relief. This is a thing that, from what I'm aware of, Jacksepticeye created, came up with, and got a bunch of creators together to do this, and I decided to do this as well. So basically what it is a big way to help out people who are struggling during all the lockdowns and stuff like that, and to help just so that people can get through this rough patch, so that once it's gone, then it isn't going through this time isn't just terrible for them. It's at least bearable. So it's at least bearable for those people that are struggling during this. But who we're supporting today is United Way. It says it right there. But United Way is supporting communities across the world struggling to cope with COVID-19. Together, we're protecting the most vulnerable. Your generosity helps people in need, most in need, access food, shelter, vital information, and more through United Way's global network. 95% of your donation to United Way Worldwide's COVID-19 Community Response and Recovery Fund will provide relief for those left vulnerable by the pandemic. United Way is committed to standing with your communities and supporting with those impacted by the COVID-19 outbreak. So, yeah, make sure that you donate. We're trying to get to $100 right up here. So yeah, and I'm also gonna I'm gonna stream on Twitch and be like, hey, get over here. I'm just gonna stream on my phone. University of South Carolina, fuck you. Go live. Go to youtube.com/user/DarkWolfVlogs. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. That is me. Select category, just chatting. Alright, start stream. And we're live. I'm live on Twitch to say I'm live on YouTube. So basically, I'm streaming over here to say that we're streaming over on YouTube today, because we're doing the Hope from Home charity thing. So basically, what it is it's coronavirus relief. Sorry, YouTube is repetitive, but I'm talking to Twitch right now, so you shouldn't even be listening. But basically, our goal is $100. We haven't raised anything yet, and we've been going for 2 hours. But I'm gonna be streaming on here for a bit to just say, hey, we're doing this, donate if you can. So yeah, I should actually wait, where's that tripod? No, just wait. Both of you, wait. I need to grab a tripod. I thought about streaming this on both. Hey. I thought about streaming this on both, but by the time I thought about it, it was too late. So, yeah. This is how we're doing it. So yeah, for a bit, YouTube, we're just gonna be chatting. Alright. This is a thing. But yeah, so, oh wait, I remember why I was gonna set that down. But, yeah, so we're gonna be, double streaming for a bit. Just hold on. Oh yeah. I was like, wait a minute, I'm live? I was aware. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta pee real bad. Hold on, I need to find a way to flip the camera. How do I flip? Oh. There we go. And alright, I'll be right back. I definitely wasn't talking to Twitch. Calm down. What happened to the music? Oh, there it is. Twitch, you don't need to know about the music. Alright, let's flip the camera again. Alright. So, what were we doing? We were adding a pan. How do I do that? Oh, like that. Add a text or image. Donate. Shit, that's not how you spell donate. Donate to United Way for COVID-19 relief. I don't even know if that's necessarily the right phrasing for what this is, but this is what I've been calling it. My room looks way more blue on my phone than it does in the thing. And this should link to the right place. Sure does. Alright, so yeah, we're here on both for a bit. Oh, that's why it says one viewer, because I'm on my Twitch page. But yeah, so for a bit I'm just gonna sit here, talk, chat. So yeah, this is weird. So I can look there, but I can also look there, and I look there a lot too, because up there's my camera, down here is my phone, and over here is OBS. So there's 3 of me going on. All that I see looking at different angles. All 3 are... Oh, wait, no. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. The camera view isn't different than the OBS view, because that's directly the OBS view. But there isn't the border up above. Twitch, you don't know what I'm talking about, but it's this. But yeah, so... today we're streaming for direct relief, or not direct relief, that's not the right thing, for coronavirus relief. I'll mention this again. I almost fell because my arm slipped off the armrest. But for Twitch, this is a thing set up by Jacksepticeye. This is like the 5th time YouTube's heard it, but basically this is a stream event, a big event that Jacksepticeye put together for people to raise money to help support families in need during this outbreak of coronavirus and all that. So yeah, we're trying to raise $100, and we've raised nothing, and we've been going for almost 2.5 hours at this point, but I won't stop till we get at least 1 donation. So, yeah, that's that. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do, because there's both this stream and that stream, and I can't do stuff on my computer when I'm streaming on Twitch on my phone. But no, I don't know. I think I'm gonna just take a bit to chill out, to chat. So yeah. So yeah, I should alter the title actually. Because I shouldn't make it just like, hey, go to my channel, go to my YouTube. I'm gonna rename it Let's Raise Money for Charity. Let's raise money for charity. Alright, now we're raising money for charity instead of advertising. What is this? Mod view? Oh, I looked at this before. I didn't like it. But yeah, so what's new? I don't know, but yeah, make sure you're taking all the precautions for coronavirus stuff. Make sure you're taking the right precautions. Make sure you're washing your hands, socially distancing. Make sure you're doing everything in your power to not spread it to other people. Make sure that you don't give it to someone else, because regardless of if you will die from it, or regardless of if you have symptoms from it, the best way to not get it is to act as if you have it, because that's what officials have been saying, what people have been saying. Just as long as you act as if you have it, because it's super contagious, clearly, because it's a pandemic. But as long as you act as if you have it, then you should be fine. As long as you act as if you have it, you will help stop the spread. As long as you're washing your hands every time you leave the house. Very rarely leave the house when you have to. As long as you're taking the correct precautions, you should be fine. Wash your hands for 20 seconds. Sing the ABC, sing Happy Birthday, whatever the hell you want to sing. But I was always taught to sing the ABCs, because that has 26 letters, and if you sing every letter a second, that's the thing. I don't know. But it's if you sing the ABCs and you wash your hands for 26 seconds, and then there you go. But I guess I'm not a health official, so apparently you have to sing happy birthday. I don't know. But yeah, so how long have I been going with the Twitch? How long have I been twitching? What's that do? I can mute the microphone? Well, that would have been nice. It's for when I want to go pee. Oh, that says end, not edit. Oh, it did update on here. The let's raise money for charity. It did. Nice. I think I'll stay live on here for a bit. I think I'll stay on for another like 20-30 minutes or so. But yeah, so basically, if you're just joining, we're raising money. We're raising some money for charitable efforts. We're raising money for coronavirus relief. So yeah, I'm not sure if that is the right word for it, but yeah. Oh, that's neat. It shows me how long I've been streaming if I click on how many people are watching, because I wanted to see if it was just me or not. But I've been streaming for 12 minutes. All right, yeah, I'll stream for a good hour on Twitch as well as YouTube. So yes, good thing I have unlimited data, or else daddy would be mad. Maybe I should put this over here so that then I look in the right direction at least. Because even if it's down here, then... But I prefer it. I prefer looking over, just sitting over here. I prefer it over here because so that I can sit forward and then still look at myself. But yeah. Bye. Now I don't know if I want an energy drink or not, because I had coffee this morning and I don't want my heart to stop. No, last night I was getting a little spooked because I had like a pain in my shoulder, but then also like in my chest. So I was gone when I woke up this morning, but I was a little scared. I was like, oh, I have a heart attack. Oh, my heart just can't take the caffeinated beverages. Youngest person to have a heart attack. 13. I won't be the youngest. Heart attacks increasingly common in young adults. Because they all are hopped up on caffeine, that's why. But yeah, so I didn't explain this on Twitch, but basically on the Tiltify page I don't know why I said we, but I have challenges set up for every $20. So every $20 I'll be eating one of these. They're Bean Boozled Fiery 5, and they have each thing so for each jelly bean. So at $20 it's a sriracha jelly bean. At $60 or not, that's not how that works. At $40 it's a jalapeno jelly bean. At $60 it's a cayenne jelly bean. At $80 it's a habanero. At $100 at the goal, it's a Carolina Reaper, and that's the hottest pepper in the world. So that one I'm not too excited for. But Yeah, so I got those back before quarantine, obviously, but I got those for a video, but we can't film it now because it was gonna be with Jacob and Bobby. Um, so yeah, that wouldn't work out because then there's a whole thing like, hey, social distance, and that wouldn't work, and you have to be at least 6 feet away from people. So, and us sitting around a table doing that wouldn't be good. We definitely wouldn't be 6 feet away. So yeah, so that would not be the safest thing to do at the moment, to record that video. But at some point we will film. We'll hopefully film a video with using those. But I wanted to find an excuse to use these because I bet they weren't that much. They were like $5, I think. They weren't that bad. That's why I bought them, because they were cheap. Nope, it doesn't. Shoot. Hey, the barcode is you can go to Twitch if you want to see this. But the barcode, I don't know how, if you can see it. Where is the barcode? Oh, there's the barcode. The barcode's a jelly bean. Oh, I'll be able to show YouTube if I go to Twitch. Quick. No, that's a heart attack. No, not Markiplier. Come on. No. No, damn it. Shoot. Hey, look, it's another one of me. Hey, there's about to be a lot of me that I can see. Oh, never mind. Oh, wait, no, there still will be. So it's what? 1, 2, 3. Wait, so it was... I saw that one. That one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Counting this. God, I'm just full of myself, aren't I? Is this Bane? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Hey, you, shut up. But yeah. Hey, you, shut up. Oh, that's not how that works. I thought I was gonna hear myself through YouTube to say it. I'm a little slow. But no, I mentioned this earlier, but I thought that when I first heard like, oh, we're quarantined, okay, we just have to stay home, and that'll be all right for me, because most of the summer I spend just at home, and that's like 3 months. But the fact that we have to stay home now is just like, oh, dang, dude, shoot. But yeah, so just put a damper on things. This whole thing, because I mentioned it on YouTube, but with the with like events being canceled and stuff, like the sports industry took a hit, but also music took a big hit because like people, like bands going on tour and stuff, and solo artists too, I guess it count. But solo artists and stuff, solo artists going on tour as well. Why couldn't I think of that? But yeah, so people are obviously taking a financial hit because of refunds and stuff. Like bands and stuff are taking a financial hit, because there's gonna be like refunds and stuff for tickets and all that, and oof, that's gotta suck for them. But then also people are being laid off too. Like a lot of people are being laid off from work because my dad did, I think. I'm assuming I'm not sure, but he said, because I said this in the April Fool's video, but he got a note from work saying that he shouldn't go to work if he has a cough and go to the doctor or whatever. And he got diagnosed with a cold, but then he couldn't go to work for another week after that. So he was bored on like the third day. I was trying to find something to watch, and he's like, I was upstairs making coffee, and he was like, Trevor, I'm bored. I was like, oh, and yeah, so that was that, and then like a few days later, he he said that it was 3 weeks now. So yeah, so I'm assuming that his job was canceled for 2 weeks. So yeah. If you're wondering what I'm messing with a hand sanitizer thing. It is the only one they had. They had the little backpack things, but I just use it. And granted, I could take it out of its thing and just use it like this, but I like this because then I can just. So yeah. I'm a little goonie. So yeah, I think I might end the Twitch stream, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I will not. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. No, I won't. Maybe I will. I will, because then I have access to my phone. So I'm going to end the stream on Twitch, at least. So, yeah. Bye. Go over to YouTube. Donate. Link in description. Donate. End stream. Alright. There we go. And now I'm going to make a video. Saying, hey, I'm streaming. Hey, it's me. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. You might know that, but maybe you didn't. So, here I am on YouTube streaming. There's me. I'm doing a charity stream. I'm doing a charity stream for United Way. Our goal is to hit $100. It's not a lot, but every donation counts. So, be there or be square. You don't want to help charity. And if you don't know, it's a charity that will help. At the moment, that's helping out families in need for coronavirus. So be there, be square, be there. It's going on right now. It's been going on for the last 2.5 hours. So if you don't know about it, I don't know. But yeah, so be here. Be here right now. The donation link's in the description as well as the link to the stream. So yeah, come on. It's on here. You should know about it. But I guess if you have notifications on, you saw this, and maybe you didn't see the live stream one. But I don't know. Be here. It's on YouTube. You don't have to go anywhere. Just be here. Stay here. Okay, okay. That felt so weird to do on stream. I've done that before, though. I've done stream announcements on stream before. Never for YouTube, but I'm doing it. Oh wait, I can just share, copy link. Alright, now I'm gonna upload it. Shut up! I'm doing a charity live stream. Wait a minute. No, I don't want it like that. I'm doing a charity live stream right now. Paste. Alright. Now I gotta wait for that to upload. Then I have to go in on YouTube, and then I need to put the donation link, and then we're all good to go. And then I can carry on as if I wasn't doing any outside things. We've been going for almost 3 hours. How has this stream survived that long? I'm gonna grab an energy drink. I'm gonna go grab it. I gotta go real far away for it. I gotta go on the other side of the frame. Ugh. My fridge is dusty. Hey, look at that. I'm streaming. Hey, look at that. I'm streaming. Hey, look at that. I'm streaming. I'm such a fucking idiot. Hey, the video's up. Not up, but it's not live, but it's up. Woo! Started fizzing up. I thought it was gonna explode. No. Donate to United Way. Watch the stream. I put donate to United Way in all caps, and then I put watch the stream in lowercase. Because which one's more important, watching me stream or watching me or donating to charity? I'd say donating to charity. Alright, then I need to make this public. And instant premiere. No, I'm not gonna do that. But just public. Wait, maybe I should have did it for a premiere. Damn it. Wait a minute. Then it'll go to more people. Ah, fuck. I don't think you can premiere something after it's already been public once. Damn it. Can you not? Ah, you can't. Dang it. Alright, well, let's watch this monstrosity. Maybe you didn't. So here I am. Hey, it's me. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. You might know that, but maybe you didn't. So here I am on YouTube streaming. There's me. I'm doing a charity stream. I'm doing a charity stream for United Way. Our goal is to hit $100. It's not a lot, but every donation counts. That sounds underwhelming whenever I say it. $100. Be there or be square. You don't want to help charity. And if you don't know, it's a charity that will help. At the moment, that's helping out families in need for coronavirus. So be there, be square, be there. It's going on right now. It's been going on for the last 2.5 hours. So if you don't know about it, it didn't click when I said it, while I was recording. I also didn't know what I was saying either. The donation link's in the description as well as the link to the stream. So yeah, come on. It's on here. You should know about it. But I guess if you have notifications on, you saw this, and maybe you didn't see there's a live stream one. But I don't know. Be here. It's on YouTube. You don't have to go anywhere. Just be here, stay here. Okay. Be here, stay here. Okay. Up. I don't know that I can show that. There's a lot of stuff I don't know if I can show it, but I end up showing it. It's still weird that I didn't realize I hit 89 subscribers. Or that I gained subscribers, I guess. Are we at 90 yet? We're not. I could care less if you donate to charity. You just subscribe. No, donate to charity. Donate to charity, please. I think I'm gonna do some Would You Rather. Alright, would you rather have a blind date with a homeless person or kiss a homeless person? I'd rather kiss a homeless person. Granted, you could get some diseases, but it could be like a 1 second thing and then you just go on with your life. What? Why would you have a blind? You have to spend time with them and they're probably dehumanized. It's like a cat when you use a claw and you dehumanize a hobo or a what was it, hobo or homeless person. Would you rather be able to fly up to 5 meters off the ground or have a magic carpet that can fly up to 50 meters off the ground? Is this some Minecraft music? It's edited, but I think the base of it is. I'd rather fly 5 meters because I don't like heights. If you're trapped in a cage, would you rather be trapped with a tame tiger? Okay, Joe Exotic. Or be trapped with a rabid squirrel? Well, if Tiger King's taught us anything, aside from Carol fucking Baskins being a murderer, tigers aren't that bad. They may rip your arm off, but you know what? You can get back to work after they amputate you, so you're alright. I'd rather be... If you're in a cage with a tiger, then you'll most likely die. But I wouldn't want to be with a rabid squirrel because that'd be scary. There's a little thing going... Oh, it's tamed, even. That's alright. I'll just be Joe Exotic. How many of the comments said that? Be a huge cat. Oh, this is from 7 years ago? How old is this website? This website's really old. Apparently. Would you rather live in the past or live in the future? Well, good thing there's no present. I don't know. I'd rather live in the future because depending on how far in the future, you would have no knowledge of anything other than the time you lived in. Depending on how far in the future, I think the future would be better because I can always learn about the past. You can't learn about the future. So I'd rather live in the future. Heck yeah, dude. I recorded a Would You Rather video recently. I still have yet to edit that. Would you rather wake up in a bathtub full of ice missing a kidney? Or would you rather wake up in a public bathroom with a handful of singles and a really lazy eye? Do you need both your kidneys? Hey Siri, do you need both your kidneys?
Okay, I found this on the web.
Can you live without one of your kidneys? If only one kidney is present, that kidney can adjust to filter as much as two kidneys. Okay, so you're fine. You just had an operation done. Oh well. Oh well. I'm in a bathtub full of ice. Oh well. I'm missing a kidney. Oh well. I can live with one. What? I don't want a lazy eye. Would you rather be a professional taser testee or a professional beanbag gun testee? Oh, I know what that is. Johnny Knoxville got shot with one in the first Jackass movie. Yeah, I don't want to be the beanbag. I'd much rather... oh, but a taser. Because I'm assuming it's like the actual taser, not like a stun gun, but like a taser. Like the gun. Whew. At a point, you'd probably get numb to it. So I'd much rather... I don't... Because in Jackass, in the first Jackass movie, Johnny Knoxville, it was like 2 days later, and he had just like a big bruise on his stomach. How often are we talking, though? Beanbag would be way better, because granted, if you got hit in the right spot enough, then it could really just hurt. But depending on how often it is, I'd rather go beanbag. Yeah. Would you rather never be able to feel emotions or never be able to express emotions? Express, because I'm a man and you can't do that. No, I'm kidding. But feeling emotions feels great. Expressing them is just but as long as you feel them, you should be okay. Yeah. As long as you can feel them, you should be a sensible human being. Would you rather be muscular with a busted face or be busty with a gorgeous face? Wow. What the fuck is wrong with me? Would you rather never eat Chipotle again or never eat dessert again? Chipotle, because I've never had it. Would you rather be awake during spine surgery and hear the bones crunching, or be awakened when they twisted an extremely broken arm back into place? You would see the arm, you wouldn't see the spine, so I'd much rather go for the spine. What? Granted, you could look away and not look at the spine, or look at the arm, but it's like, still, your spine, it's like, there's no way you can see that unless you're just like, oh, what's going on back there? I don't care. I still don't care. Would you rather sleep on an amazingly comfortable bed that someone died in, or sleep on a bed of nails? Well, who cares if they died in it? It's comfy. Who cares? Yeah, someone died. That doesn't mean you will. It's not cursed. If it was cursed, it'd be a different story, but it's not cursed. It's not cursed. It is not cursed. I didn't realize it didn't zoom in. Would you rather be infertile or have a child that passes away before 5? I'd rather be infertile. Because imagine losing your kid. Oof. No thank you. If you had to dress one way regularly, I do. It's usually a t-shirt. This is an exception, but it's almost a t-shirt. Now it's a t-shirt. A t-shirt and jeans or sweatpants. And sometimes a sweatshirt, depending on the weather. Be well dressed from the waist up with ridiculous pants or shoes. So if you're on a Zoom meeting. Or be well dressed from the waist down with ridiculous shirts and hats. I'd rather have ridiculous pants and shoes. Because if you're at like a meeting, you're unlikely to see someone's pants. Granted, if you stand up, you're like, hey, welcome to my meeting, and you're wearing like yellow pants or some shit, then it's like, but I don't know, I'd be alright with that. wearing Goonie pants. Would you rather always be hot or cold? I'd rather be cold. Because I am most of the time. As of late, I've been getting really cold. It's alright today, but as of late, it's not been the greatest. I can't whistle, so it's just... I can't have like a full thing. That's as best as I can do. Would you rather be covered in feathers or be covered in fur? Fur. Mm-hmm. Told ya. Would you rather have gravity shut off for one day or have everyone around you go insane and want to kill you? Bye, gravity. Bye, Sandra Bullock. If you could be embarrassed in one way, would you rather have your dad tell everyone about your potty training with pictures, or have your mom show your naked baby pictures to strangers? That's not bad. You're a kid. Who gives a shit? You're a baby. Oh well. To strangers, I don't give a shit. I was a baby. I was unconscious. Or my memories weren't forming, I should say. I wasn't unconscious for like 3. I wasn't unconscious for 4 years. I just couldn't form memories. My earliest memory is like when I was like 4, I'd like to say. There's only a few memories from when I was 4. It was me getting teeth pulled, and also me at the eye doctor. I remember sitting my chin down on the little thing. That's not good for audio. But I remember setting my chin down on the little thing and having to look and try and find the balloon. If you have glasses, you know what I'm talking about. Or contacts, I guess. Because that's what I have. Would you rather meet your future self or meet your future kids? I'd rather meet my future self. Yeah, meeting my future self, I can be like, hi, do you have kids? And I can be like, hey, what are they like? Because there's no limitations. So, work around. You could drink. I can't drink beer. Would you rather have a real lightsaber or save a random kid from starvation? There's one answer. What the fuck? People chose that to be funny. Would you rather play Roblox or play Minecraft? Well, Roblox is what got me started in all this. But Minecraft is a much better game. For a $2,000 reward, would you rather stay overnight in an asylum or go on a scary but broken roller coaster? I'd rather stay in a haunted asylum. Would you rather always look 8 months pregnant or always have a black eye? You would not actually be pregnant or experience side effects. A black eye would be constant, but you would not have to be hit repeatedly. I'd rather look 8 months pregnant. But then again, you could always come up with a story for the black eye. You see your grandma for like the 5th time. Why do you always have black eye? Whoa, don't dox me, Siri. Siri thought I was talking to her. She thought I said, oh shit, I'm gonna dox myself. It says, hey Siri, Graham, I feel like shut the fuck up. It misheard me, and then it doxed me. But then you see your grandma for the 5th time, and she's like, why's your eye always black? Oh, well, this time the fight was just insane. Should see the other guy. Well, I don't want to answer that. Would you rather admit all your guilty pleasures to friends and family, or never partake in any of your guilty pleasures again? Who cares? We all like something for a reason. Shouldn't feel guilty about it. And when I think about it, I don't think I have any guilty pleasures. I don't feel bad about anything I watch. Aw, hell yeah. Change put my grade in. Hell yeah. So basically the story behind that is in accounting, Jane's had a grade missing for me for like the last couple of weeks we've been doing online. And Jane's just hasn't put the grade in. And apparently our parents get texts when we're missing stuff. And my dad's come down the last couple of weeks and be like, hey, fix it. And I'm like, James doesn't put grades in. But now, mommy and daddy won't get on my ass. Would you rather be required to perform 2 years of mandatory military service when you turn 18, or have a draft to enforce during wartime? Have a draft. What is it, January? Would you rather be a student the rest of your life or be a teacher the rest of your life? I'd rather be a teacher. Would you rather cut off your right hand or left hand? Left hand, I'm right-handed. Duh. Duh. Still no donations, huh? It's kind of pissing me off. Would you rather be an antisocial genius or be a popular but unintelligent, huh? That's right, huh? I don't know. Would you rather eat bacon the rest of your life or potatoes the rest of your life? Potatoes are way more nutritious. Would you rather have Doge as a pet or Grumpy Cat as a pet? Doge. I remember 2010. Would you rather have have your face on a $1 bill or a $100 bill? A $100 bill, so I don't have to see it. Would you rather store all your photos on Facebook or store all your photos on Flickr? I mean, I do that with Instagram already. So, Instagram's basically Facebook, or it's not basically Facebook, but it's owned by Facebook. So, Facebook. Would you rather take a picture or have your picture taken? Take a picture. Ah, fuck. Oh, I took a picture today. I went on a walk before the stream, and I took this picture. I don't know what it is, but I think it's a rock with frosting on it. I saw it outside of an ice cream place. I was just walking past, and then there was a table outside, and there was just that. I was like, I walked past it, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, okay. But then I was like, I kind of want to take a picture of that. So then I went back and took a picture of it. Would you rather be tall and skinny or buff and short? I'd rather be tall. Would you rather be best friends with Harry Potter or be best friends with Katniss Everdeen? Harry Potter. I saw this one already. Kiss. Would you rather go to heaven or hell or be reborn in a better or worse life? I'd rather... Would I be aware of my life now. Where you go depends on how you lived. Wait, I don't know. Ah. I don't know if would I know what happened in this life? Because if not, I'd rather be reborn. But if I'm aware, I'd rather go to heaven or hell. But if I'm unaware, I'd rather be reborn. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, you. Shoot. Would you rather be a nerd or a jock? I'd rather be a nerd because that's what I am. Would you rather hang out with Pooh Bear or hang out with Baloo from Jungle Book? Who's that? Baloo. Oh, I like that one. Yeah. He's this little fella. Would you rather discover Loch Ness Monster or Sasquatch? He's had a stroke. Sasquatch. Would you rather never be able to compliment or never be able to complain? Whew, I'd rather not compliment people because I already don't. I love complaining. I love bitching. Until my hair got to this point, I bitched about my hair damn near every stream. Every stream I did until my hair got long again. When I cut it, I bitched about my hair almost every single stream. I was like, oh, my hair, I should go long. I messed up by cutting it. Would you rather have the feeling of being kicked in the testicles for 12 hours a day or be able to produce healthy children? Or never be able to produce healthy children? Sorry, kids. Would you rather take a cold shower every day or take only hot showers just once every 2 weeks? Cold shower it is. Would you rather take the cinnamon challenge or take the gallon challenge? What's gallon? Milk. Oh, I'd rather take cinnamon. Because that makes you throw up, and I don't like throwing up. Would you rather be a Montague or a Capulet? I don't care. I like blue, so I'm going to be a Montague. Would you rather have the first name refrigerator or have the first name dishwasher? Ah, no nicknames. So I can't be called Fridge? I'd rather be a refrigerator, though. Would you rather be a police officer or be a firefighter? I'd rather be a police officer and say, hey, fella, knock it the heck off. This is a face cam. This is how I have it most of the time. If I have my webcam on in Discord, this is how close it is. Okay. Bye-bye. I think it was like roughly that? I don't know. Would you rather live with no electronics or live with no friends? Ooh, that was gonna be an easy choice, but I don't know. Do I still get to talk with my friends if I have electronics? What counts as an electronic? Does a TV count as an electronic? Do I have to be an Amish person? No technology? Huh? Is that what I have to do? Huh? What the fuck is wrong with me? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. My mom told me to pick the very best one, and you are it. Okay, bye, Jacob and Bobby. Would you rather know the exact time and place of your own death, or know the exact time and place of death, exact place and time of death of everyone around you? I'd rather know mine, because then I can be like, okay, this is how much I have to do by this time. Would you rather run someone over or be run over? Well, you see, I don't drive, so I can run someone over with my bike. Would you rather have your name known forever for doing something terrible, or never be recognized for accomplishing something wonderful? Well, I mean, not to suck my own dick here, but this is basically. I'm not saying that I'm the best YouTuber or whatever. I'm just saying that I've been doing this for 6 years and that I've yielded almost no success. I'm just saying it's been 6 years, so I mean that's just the truth. Would you rather be the best known person in a small band that under 200 people know, or be some guy on the sidelines of your favorite band? On the sideline? Does that mean like you're part of the crew or whatever? Why not? Not sure quite what it means, but okay. Would you rather be SpongeBob or Patrick? I'd rather be Patrick because he's high all the time. Would you rather watch Batman or The Dark Knight? It's been a while since I've seen 89, so why not 89? Would you rather be known as a racist or a sexist? Why can't I be a racist sexist? I'm sorry. I guess sexist. Would you rather be a mall cop or a prison guard? I'd rather be Paul Blart because then I get a segue. Still nothing, huh? Would you rather live forever or die right now with no afterlife? I don't want to live forever, so why not right now? Would you rather always wear clothes you like but everyone else hates, or always wear clothes you hate but everyone else loves? Well, here's an example. This thing, this sweater or whatever the hell it's called. I'm not quite sure what it's called, but like this like cardigan thing. Bobby doesn't like it, but I like it, so I wear it. So we all know my answer. Also, wear whatever the fuck you wear. Well, who cares? Would you rather watch your parents be murdered in front of you, or murder your parents of another family right in front of their children? I don't like that one. Would you rather be rich or famous? I don't know. Would you rather be a hometown hero or be a C-level celebrity no one really likes? Hometown hero. Would you rather be a famous country singer or a blues guitarist? That means I know how to play guitar. So blues guitarist. Would you rather get killed by your boyfriend or girlfriend or killed by your best friend? I'd rather be killed by my boyfriend / girlfriend because I don't got one of those. Ha, loophole. Who's loophole? I don't know. Would you rather be born with red hair or have $100 stolen from you? I'd rather be born with red hair because then I could just dye it this color. So Would you rather have an iPhone or an Android device? Well, you see, I got an iPhone, so we all know my answer. I definitely know Jacob's answer. Jacob would rather die than have an Android device. I don't know if it's bled through to a video or not, but Jacob's 100% Apple all the way, and then Bobby's 100%, or he's somewhat with Apple, but he's mainly Android. But Jacob, he has a Mac, he has an iPad, he has an iPhone. He's an Apple fanatic, and they always get into arguments, and I'm down the middle of the road, so I don't care either or. So it's just those two can go at it. I just sit there and I'm like, what the fuck is there to argue about? It's preference. If you race go-karts, would you rather embrace death or become a vegetable? I don't know. If you knew you were going to fail a test, would you rather rip up the exam paper or walk out laughing? Would that mean I took the test? Probably walk out laughing. Would you rather play for the Red Sox or play for the Yankees? I don't know. But I spent so much time on that. For the rest of your life, would you rather eat what you find in a dump or eat sea life from the bottom of the sea? I don't fucking know. I don't goddamn know, dude. Would you rather have your current pet live as long as you do or bring back a past pet back to life? Current pet live as long as I do because I don't have a pet. Would you rather be known for something good or be unknown for something great? Well, either way, you're doing something good. I don't know. I saw this one again. Would you rather have to end every sentence with a racial epithet? What is that? Or have to drop 2 fucking F-bombs in every fucking sentence? There we go. Wait. Does that mean that? Does that mean fuck? Or the other F word? F-bomb. For the word fuck. Okay. I got caught on air saying the F-bomb. Whoa! How dare you say that? Hey, look, it's the F-bomb. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so it is largely fuck. Yeah, I do that anyway. Would you rather live without your cell phone or live without your iPod? Well, I haven't used my iPod in like years, so. iPod or no MP3 player, no portable music. Too bad I can just use my phone. When was this made? 10 years ago? I had this one. Would you rather cheese grate your upper arm or slide down a fireman pole covered in tacks into a pool of rubbing alcohol? Excuse me? Must be sliding naked. I guess that, because I don't want to cheese grate myself. Fuck that. Ugh. Would you rather live happily ever after with your favorite romance novel hero, or live happily ever after with your favorite movie/TV hero? I don't know. Would you rather be deep sea diving and your oxygen tank runs out, or be bungee jumping and have your cord snap? Because from what I've seen, it's usually over like a body of water. So there's a possibility that you're okay with bungee jumping. So I'd rather do that. Because I can't hold my breath very long, so. Oof. Duh. Oh, my nose. I feel a sneeze coming on. You could only save lives through two ways. Would you rather prevent World War II and all war-related deaths that went along with it, Holocaust included, or cure all forms of cancer and STDs? What the shit? Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's probably smarter because there's more people. How many people have died of STDs? How many people have died from an STD? These 2 million people. According to the CDC, at least 2 million people in the U.S. have become infected with at least 23,000 people die each year as a direct result of those infections. And how long did World War II last? Ah, sorry, I hit the mic. I hit the mic. I hate Jacob. So 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 6. So 6 times 23,000. It's 100. Oh, it's not as much as. It's not as much as the Holocaust. I didn't expect it to be, but wait, I don't know what I'm saying. But in the long run, that would be better. Yes. It would be a hawk or an eagle. I like Tony Hawk. Would you rather live as a black man in the 1800s? I don't want to answer that. If you were stuck in the woods, would you rather have a tomahawk or a knife? Tomahawk. Would you rather have the ability to teleport or time travel? Time travel, that'd be dope. Would you rather win an Oscar or Nobel Prize? I don't know. Be a Jedi or a Sith? Sith. So then I could have a double-sided lightsaber. Would you rather be attractive and poor or ugly and rich? I don't care. Would you rather only talk in third person or never be able to call someone by name? Never be able to call someone by name because I very rarely say someone's name. The zombie horde has just broken into the farmhouse where you and 6 other survivors are hiding. Would you rather run upstairs and barricade the second floor or sequester yourselves in the cellar? Go to the cellar. Grab as much shit as you can and go into the cellar. Would you rather be on jury duty or go to work? Go to work because I don't have a job. Haha. Got you. Would you rather cut your hands with broken glass or lick rusty nails? I'd rather cut my hands because I don't want tetanus. Would you rather pick the Helix fossil or I don't know what that means. Oh, in Pokemon. I don't know. I still don't know. Would you rather fight the entire Smurf village or fight full collection of Care Bears? How big are Care Bears? How big are Care Bears? How big is a Care Bear? I don't want Amazon. How tall are the Care Bears? 13 feet! Wait. Oh no, that was 13 inches. Yeah, I saw the ticks and I was like, what? 13 feet? But that's 2. Never mind. Care Bear Wiki. I haven't watched Care Bears in a long time. It's probably good. Care Bear height. Maybe I can just look at it comparative to a human in that show. Care Bears show. So they're like human sized. From this image, they're like human sized. So I'd rather fight the Smurf village because in the Smurf movie they're like that big, so I just stomp on them. Tummy powers and Smurfberry catapults will be used again? What the? It's been a while since I've watched each of those shows. Would you rather eat fruit or vegetables? I like fruit, not vegetables. Would you rather teach history or teach math? I'm not good at math, so history. Depends on what level of math. Once you start getting into like 5th, 6th grade, I start getting lost. You need to learn addition, subtraction, division, multiplication. I gotcha. Need to solve for x? I know how to do that easy. But all the other shit, I don't get it. Would you rather eat a cup of baking soda and then do a shot of vinegar? Or eat a pack of Mentos and chug Diet Coke? I'd rather take this just because of Diet Coke. I don't like Diet Coke. Nah. I'd probably do that because I don't like Diet Coke, but it'd be better than vinegar. Would you rather have stretchy arms or stretchy legs? I read that backwards, but I don't care. Legs, because then I'm tall. If you had psychic powers, would you rather be psychokinetic or be telepathic? I don't know. Would you rather marry a 10-year-old with a faithful relationship while receiving $100,000 per year, or not? Not. Would you rather fight a bear or fight a lion? Bear would be more interesting. So would a lion. No, a lion could fuck me up. Well, so would a bear, but still, I'd rather fight a bear. Would you rather know a few things about everything or know everything about only a few things? That's me with bands. I get very into like lore of bands, if you can call it that. Just the history of bands. I get very interested with that stuff. We've been going for 3.5 hours. There's not a single donation. Do I have anything left on this gift card? Hold on. Need to make sure I don't show this. Is that right? Yep. Oh shit, it went through. Hey, look it. It does work. Alright, I'm gonna donate a little more. I'm also gonna have to move this. And by this, I meant the donation thing. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can donate more. So I don't know how much is on this gift card. Is that right? Nope. Shit. Now the no. I'm gonna do another 5. Damn it. Well, we got $1. Can I do 2? I just want to get something. Got 1 donation. Is there only $1 left on that gift card? Card's been declined. Damn it. But you know what? We got 1 donation. And granted, it was from me. But that's still something. It's better than nothing. We got $1. Granted, it was me, but still. This isn't going... The stream isn't ending empty-handed, at least. Because I'm going to go for the full 6 hours. Regardless of if we hit the goal or not. But, like I said, this will be going on throughout the whole week. So, yeah. But yeah, I got top donor spot. Huzzah. I'll be back. I need to pee again. Alright, we're back. Look, I'm the top donator. Who knew? Alright, let's get back to the... Well, actually, I'll mention the charity again. So basically what this stream is for, it's for United Way, as it says up here. This is for relief for the coronavirus for families in need. This is for so that people who need it the most can get help during these times, for whether it's food, just housing, whatever it is. United Way puts money towards that to help people in need. So if you can donate, please donate as little. You can donate as little as $1, and as much as $1 million. But yeah, so if you can donate, please do. Our goal is $100, and along the way we will be well, I will be eating some Bean Boozled jelly beans. It goes all the way from Sriracha to a Carolina Reaper flavored jelly beans. So yeah, but we won't get this unless we won't even get to Sriracha if we don't get to $20. So better get her going. Better open up those wallets, you greedy bitches. I wonder if I have any money on a different gift card. I'm just trying anything I can to get some money. I won't show the sunscreen whatsoever. I'll do. Oh, that one's in my wallet. No, it's not. Damn it, I don't know the code on that one. Oh well, I'll try this one. Alright, and the code, the doofy digits on the back. There's probably nothing. Oh shit! There was money. $2. Hey, look, it's me. Probably that's all that's on there. Oh, I gotta put it all in again. I can keep better track of this if I'm saying it out loud, because that's what I do whenever I have to enter it. Enter in card numbers. Was that the right doofy digits? It was. Damn it. Well, we tried the best we can, and I've donated all I could. Well, not all I could, but all I was able to at the moment. Okay, don't see. Okay, good. This stream didn't see that at all. But we're $2 closer to the goal. And if that's all we get, that's all we get. But just know this will be going all week, up until next Tuesday. That's the day it is today, right? Yep, up until next Tuesday, this will be going through. So, yep, just so you know. I'm trying to map out the time to see when the stream's gonna be done. So I'm close to 4 hours. It'll be 5. Oh, I'll get off at like 8-ish. Right? Hey Siri, what time will it be 3 hours from now?
It's 7:44 p.m.
Okay, so yeah, I'll be fine. Because I have some school stuff I need to do yet. I did the thing that's important to the time. And even if not, oh well. How would you know? Shit, and I have accounting to do. Shit. I'm not good at time management. This is why I've always said that I want to do online stuff for school, but not like this. I need to move the donation thing again because I don't like it being there either. Hold on, I will be right back again. For ordering food. I got a quesadilla. I can get it, but it'll be here. I'll be here in like 20 minutes. I don't know how long it'll be actually. Probably not in a short amount of time, but eventually. But yeah, we're supporting local business. This is the first time we've done it actually, but we're supporting local shit. But yeah, I'm glad there's at least some money raised. There's at least a little bit. Granted, it is for me, but people do what they can, and especially in this, I understand. It's just discouraging, really. It's like you're like, oh yeah, this is gonna be fun, let's do this. But then it's like, then you get to the stream and it's like, oh, this is why I haven't done one thus far. I just figured, why not? Why not do it now? So, yeah, I don't know. But these are all the donations, my whole $2. And I don't want to discourage myself, being like, oh, it's only $2. But it's like, I'm aware. I've heard this time and time again from other charity streams. I understand it, and I've been saying it during this stream. But $1 will go a long way. It'll all add up with everything that's being donated today, all in all in today, over the last however many hours that people have been doing these streams. This will be great for people who are in need. It'll be great for United Way. It'll be great for them, and people will be able to be okay financially from this, who are getting helped out by United Way. People will be in much better situations once all this money goes through to United Way. And yeah, so we're doing good here. I just want to get kicked out of top donor. But yeah. Donation is now hidden. You can hide donations? What? Why would you want to hide donations? Ah! I didn't know it would activate the Tiltify or the Streamlabs thing. I'm waiting for the next one. Oh well. Hey look, I'm streaming! In this stream, I might just pass 90 subscribers as well. Hold on. Why's my phone almost dead? Not almost dead, but it's at 40%. Yeah, now I can stop the stream because I said I'm not stopping till I get at least a donation. It does feel weird saying that it's a donation though, because really it's not. But in the same way it is, because it's not a donation to me, and that's why I feel weird saying that it's a donation. But I don't know. But I don't know. I've always wanted to do a charity stream. The thing is, I was afraid of this. I was afraid of this happening. And I'm not mad that I decided to do this. I'm glad, if anything, that I decided to do this, because it's pushing me. It's pushing me to realize that regardless of if I'm making or not making, but if I'm raising a bunch of money for United Way or St. Jude's or whatever the hell the charity is, there's still going to be $2 going there. There's still going to be $2 that goes to this charity, and I shouldn't feel discouraged. This is the same thing pushing myself. This is what pushed me to start streaming in the first place, because if it wasn't for me doing Always With You back in 2018 and wanting to do an analysis stream of that and just say what it is, what the video is, and if it wasn't for that and then having to do a test stream to make sure that everything runs fine on Twitch, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't probably be streaming right now. I probably would. I know that I wouldn't be, because doing that stream that made me feel comfortable streaming, and then also wanting to also in realizing that streaming's fun, regardless of if there's anyone in chat, because there's been people here and there, but for the majority of my streams that I do, there's no one in chat, and I've become comfortable with that, with it just being me, because at that point I'm just recording a video, yes, but I don't know, I enjoy streaming, and regardless of if people watch or not, and that's why I act as though there is people constantly in chat, and I do the same with videos. I act as if there's billions of people watching, when in all actuality, on a good day, it's 10. But I don't know. It's just, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing that I do this, but I make myself feel as though I'm a bigger deal than I am, I guess. But I know where I'm at. I act as though there's billions of eyes on me, but I know that there isn't. At the same time, I don't know. That's how it's been the last 6 years anyway, because over the last however many years, I've been getting the same exact number of views, and I'm aware of that. And there's been peaks and plateaus and blah blah blah, but I don't know. It's weird, but that's where I'm at. But yeah, the reason I haven't done a charity stream is because of this, but yeah, I don't know. I'm glad I'm doing this, but I don't know. I'm not pissed at myself either. It may come off that way, but it's just, I don't know. Maybe I am, but at least I'm doing it. At least I'm trying. So, regardless of if my $2 is the only thing we raised today, who cares? Who cares? I still, granted, I did raise money for my campaign, and the only one who donated was me. I don't care. I still got the word out there that these streams exist, and regardless of if you donated to mine or Markiplier's or Crank Gameplays or Jacksepticeyes or however other many people are streaming today doing the same thing, regardless of if you donated to any of the people streaming for Hope From Home or United Way or whatever, regardless of if you're streaming or if you donated to any of those, it's good that you donated at all, because without your help, without my $2, that is $2 closer to someone being better financially. That's better. That's $2 more towards someone being able to eat. And that's what's important, because granted, regardless of how much money I raise, this money is still going to the charity. Regardless, it doesn't matter if I get to 100 or if I stay down here at 2. It's just that I wanted to get to 100, and even if Tiltify, I'm aware, if Tiltify was able to go lower, I probably would have lowered the goal down to like $20 and then have the jelly beans be every $5, but I couldn't, so that's that. Here's the deal. Since we probably will not hit the goal, and this is open all week, if by this time next week if we don't get to the goal, I will still eat all the jelly beans. I'll still eat all the Bean Boozles that I promised, the Sriracha, the Cayenne, the Jalapeno, the Habanero, and the Carolina Reaper. I will still eat all of those, regardless of if we get to the goal or not, because it's harmless. But I'll eat 2 of each at once. So, yeah. If we don't, oh well. But I will do that. I'll do another stream of this on next Tuesday. And, yeah. So, that's that. But if you are able to, and if there's anyone in the stream right now, I do encourage you to donate, because it goes to a great cause, and it's not just for my ego or whatever that I want you to donate. It's because it does go to a great cause. So, yeah. Whenever I talk for a while and it's kind of like hushed like that, my throat starts to hurt. Either that or it's because I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Yeah, I'll still have time to do everything I need to after the stream. I probably should have did it before, but I was just like, I'm getting everything set up. I wanna go. Yeah. I don't know. Just. Oh. Could you see that? Maybe. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I just had a reminder set, and I set that before I was doing this. Before I knew I was doing this, so. Oh well. Now, the thing I'm messing with is I open this and my headphones connect, or my earbuds connected. I'm gonna plug these in actually. So I used them today. I'm gonna fall out of my chair. I almost did, but I didn't. Can I do karaoke on YouTube? Can you do karaoke on YouTube? Without getting copyrighted. I'll be right back. I'm food here. I was correct. Sour cream and salsa. I don't think I like either of those. I don't know how I feel about sour cream. I'll keep that, but I know I don't like salsa. Oh, time to do my favorite thing. Eating on stream. If you haven't come to any of my Twitch streams, I don't like eating on stream. Alright, time to try sour cream. That's not bad. But yeah, I got quesadillas. Those are hot. Oh, I ate on stream earlier too, didn't I? Because I ate that slice of pizza. I've never tried sour cream. Sour cream's good. Just it tastes like cream cheese. All right. I'm not gonna do karaoke because I don't want to risk it. Granted, I may have risked it with Tom Hanks's wife rapping over just track, but I don't know. I'm hoping she was loud enough that YouTube didn't catch it. This is some great content. Wait, let's pull up some conversation starters. So I have something to talk about. This is like a mukbang. What the shit? How'd this get in there? Let's put it in the top lip. 250 quality conversation starters. The only list you'll ever need. What is something you're obsessed with? Jacob and Bobby can 100% back that. I'm so obsessed. Whenever I bring up something, there's like, shut up. Like, all you talk about, all you play is Metallica. No, wait. Well, if it annoys you, tell me not to. Simple as that. Favorite number? Oh, you know, 69, something like that. A pet? No. Very active or prefer to just relax? Just relax. I realized I'm on stream. All the dumb shit I do is on camera. Who's your oldest friend? Age-wise, Luke. Lengthwise, Bobby. If you could have any animal as a pet, what animal would you choose? Oh, you know, tiger, Tiger King, I don't know, maybe. Let's have Joe Exotic as a pet. Dude, Tiger King is absurd. If you haven't watched it, I tweeted this after I finished it, but if you have not watched Tiger King, donate to the stream and then go watch it. Who's your favorite entertainer? Comedian, musician, actor, etc. I'll go in order. Comedian? Whose stand-up do I always watch? Shit, who? Fuck. I'm blanking on the name. D'Elia, Chris D'Elia. I like that fella, he's funny. Musician? Specifically? Hetfield. James Hetfield from Metallica. Or Jason. Jason when he was in Metallica. Oh my god. He went hard. There was a set. It was an outside set. Back in '93, I'd like to say. Yeah, because Jason had shaved his head. But it was '93, and Jason, he was sweating, and they were like 1 or 2 songs in. I was like, holy hell. He goes hard, and he would like belt. He would scream. He was like, I was about to just go straight into it, but I don't know if there's any context. He would excuse me. He would do backups, obviously, but for Creeping Death, he'd go die, like yelling it, and he was like, at first this pissed me off because his backing vocals would overtake James's vocals, like the actual like main lyrics. That would piss me off, but now listening to it, I'm like, I fucking love it. So yeah. It's a shame he left. But it makes sense. Oh, and an actor? Keanu Reeves. Are you an organized person? Somewhat. What controversial opinion do I have? Oh, shit. There was one. I was like, I know a lot of people wouldn't like this. Shit, what was it? Shit, I don't even know. Shit, what was it? I used to not care for the Beatles, but now there's like some more of their songs that I enjoy. That's probably what I was thinking of. What brings you the most joy? This most of the time. Where do you spend most of your free time / day? This most of the time. Often you stay up past 3 a.m. Most of the time. No, I'm trying to break that. I'm trying to wake up earlier so that I have more time in the day. I'm gonna make another video saying that I'm live. Hey, is it important that I make this? No. Do I want to make it? Yeah. I'm streaming on YouTube, so why am I making a video on YouTube? I don't know. But come to the stream. This looks very odd on stream. Where am I? Oh, I was looking at I was looking at OBS to try and track for this. That's not how it works. But so anyway, I'm live on YouTube still. I made a video like an hour or two ago that I was streaming on here. So go to YouTube, I mean, and donate to charity. We've raised $2 and we've been going for 4 hours and 10 minutes. My phone's greasy. I need to fix that. But we're gonna be streaming for another 2 hours or so. So if you miss out, you miss out. If you don't, you don't. So good for you. So yeah, we'll be here for another 2 hours. We're raising money for coronavirus relief. So yeah, be there, be square. Like I said in the other video, so be there, okay? Okay, bye. Now another pointless video. My phone is gross. Good thing I have a case on it now. Still alive. No, I didn't get the link. It should have just stayed in the clipboard. But it did not. Ah shit, I don't want the link to be the title. Still alive. Excuse me. Alright, now link that, and then wait, and I'll set it to a premiere so everyone sees it. Which is more important, having a great car or a great house? What's it matter? What do you bring with you everywhere you go? My phone. How much time do you spend on the internet? Most of it. What do you usually do? Porn. No, that's not true. It's usually YouTube. How to change your name? What would it be? I don't know. I'm getting full. I might just have to save these for later. I'm thinking I will. It's a lot. There's still what? 1, 2, 3, 4 in here. I've eaten probably 4. These are the big ass quesadilla shells too, I'm sure. So yeah, I'm done for now. I'll probably get back to those after the stream, but yeah. So we're back in it, huh? It's processing. It's processing. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I want to show this thing. That's real odd. I didn't realize it was a thing. Oh, it's up. I'll show this first. But is it? What is? Why is it all chunky? Oh well. Sorry now. But there's still a social blade for my old channel, for the deleted channel. Surprisingly. Yeah, it still shows how many uploads. 469. Dope. I don't know if that's including do's and don'ts of YouTube or not, because that was the last video that was uploaded on that channel. And then later that day, like a couple hours after, I'm assuming, or like an hour or not, maybe that video just never went live, but yeah, I stopped at or I didn't stop, but I got deleted at 469. 223 subscribers, 31,000 views, country US. What? Games? Yeah, I did gaming videos. Huh. And it was made on March 22nd. What's the live sub count? Wow. Wow, this dude's this channel's dead because it got deleted. Oh yeah, also this social distancing blade. Nice. Yeah, what's the future projections? How do I get to that? I checked that a fair bit. In 5 years, the deleted channel hit 261. It's probably not far off from how it was gonna be in real life. User videos. My most recent videos. Nice. Featured box. Oh, Dread, I forgot about that fella. He quit a while ago. Or no, I think it was not long after the channel got deleted. I don't think. Dread was a cool dude. Yeah, it wasn't long after, or long before the channel got deleted, because it was it was January 2017 he quit. Yeah, I forgot about him. But yeah, then I featured myself. What? As if I don't now. But yeah, let's see this channel, Social Blade. When was it that I made this logo? Was it? It must have been May or something like that. They created their account at least 5 years ago. Hell yeah, almost 6, buddy. July 5th? Nuh-uh. It was the 4th. 2 subscribers in the last 30 days. 10,000 views. 89 subscribers. What are the future projections? I checked this a fair bit too. In 8 months, in 2 months, what? In 1 subscriber in 2 months? I feel like that's not true. But 108 months out wouldn't surprise. When did I hit 80? That was like September. So September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. So if we hit it this month, it'll be 7 months. So yeah, that's not far off. That was the goal. That's been the goal for a while since the channel got deleted. It's been to get back to at least 100 subscribers, because I've wanted to get back to 200. But once we get to 100, I'll be happy, because I'm like, Hell yeah, back in the triple digits, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, boo boo. Yeah, boo boo. Fucking dumb. I'm deterring everyone who's coming to this stream. That's why there's no donations aside from me. But yeah, I don't know what I was saying. But yeah, once I get to 100, I'll be happy and I'm like, hell yeah. Alright, now to set it to public and an instant premiere. A premiere for a minute 22 video. Alright, let's pause this and watch this fantastic video. Look at how clapped that side looks. That's why it's red most of the time, but I changed it for the apocalypse video and I was like, that looks pretty neat. Who's in chat? Just me. Dope. When's this gonna god dang start? Premiere in progress. The pre-show is longer than the actual show. '89, we're close. We're almost at 4.5 hours. Premiere in progress. You're officially one of the first fans to watch this upload. Enjoy this premiere by watching and chatting with other fans in real time. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Okay. I can't do that joke that I wanted to do because that's racist. That doesn't paint me in a good light. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Imagine waiting,
Hey,
and then it's this.
No. Do I want to make it? Yeah. I'm streaming on YouTube, so why am I making a video on YouTube? I don't know. But come to the stream. This looks very odd on stream. Where am I? Oh, I was looking at OBS to try and track for this. That's not how it works. But
I've been streaming for a bit.
anyway,
My brain's
I'm
off.
on YouTube still. I made a video like an hour or two ago that I was streaming on here. So go to YouTube, and donate to charity. We've raised $2. We've been going for 4 hours and 10 minutes. My phone's greasy. I need to fix that.
Oh, I forgot about that.
But we're gonna be streaming for another 2 hours or so. So if you miss out, you miss out. If you don't, you don't. So
If you don't,
for
you don't.
So yeah, we'll be here for another 2 hours. We're raising money for coronavirus relief. So yeah, be there, be square. Like I said in the other video. So be there. Okay. Okay. Bye.
Okay, bye. Wow, huzzah! That deserved a premiere. Oh, what about the MMS? Type a channel, people. January 21st, still not true. It was the 20th. If you go on the channel and look, it's the 20th. Future projection. Nothing, that channel is dead. What's in the future, but is it just me and Jacob? Is it just me? That's not true. Did Jacob's channel get deleted as well? I'm pretty sure it's... Is it... What is going on with the stream? I don't know. No, Jacob's channel's not deleted. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for the MMS channel to see who's featured. No, it's both me and Jacob. Jacob still needs to upload the video of me flipping the kayak. Jacob still needs to upload that. Or finish editing it. You may have to do that before you finish a video. Or before you upload a video. But I'm going to take like a 5-ish minute break. Rejuvenate. And I'll be right back. So, yeah. Just to take a little time to myself. Because I'm not used to streaming this long by myself. Because I did a 4-hour stream a couple weeks ago. The first week of quarantine for me. With the boys. But yeah, I want to take a break for right now, just like a 5-10 minute break, whatever. And I'll be right back. Don't not donate. Donate. No. I was gonna write something on the board, but I'll just leave it on here. Hey, I almost started playing copyrighted music. On the break, I had to do a thing. Or I decided to do something. And I was playing music while doing so. And I almost got my channel taken down. I don't know if that's true, but... yeah, I don't know what to do now. I don't know why I did that. Let's go through more conversation starters. Cause those sometimes they could be actually relatively decent. Does anyone save my life? I don't know. What trends did you follow when you were younger? I don't know. I'm not a typical rule follower. I mean trends. I don't know, I'm not a trend follower. Really. Like YouTube wise, a little bit. But just like in life, nothing really. What do you fear is hiding in the dark? I don't know. What do you do to improve your mood when you're in a bad mood? Just not think about the thing that put me in a bad mood, I guess. You try and do something that if I'm in a bad mood, I try and figure out what the thing that put me in that mood was, and then I try and do something that doesn't allow me to think. I watch, like, I listen to like a podcast, or I watch a show, or I just do something that doesn't allow me to think. Something that does that takes 100% of my brain. I try and do something like that, like listen to a podcast or watch a video or something, and just keep my mind off of that thing. What's the silliest fear I have? Heights. Falling. My actual biggest fear, though, that is snakes. Fuck those things. They shouldn't be able to move. What's the best room in my house? This room, because it has all my stuff. No, it doesn't have all my stuff. It doesn't have my bed or my TV. Well, right now it does because I need it, but it's much easier to track donations and stuff. Granted, there hasn't been any, but I figured it'll probably be easier to have all that. And then I can also have music up on the screen too. Which, why not until now did I decide that I should have both Tiltify and YouTube with the music split screen? Why didn't I think of that till just now? What the hell is wrong with me? Why the heck? Where are you best at? I don't know. What are you best at? I don't know. I'm not great at much. I'm not good at much. I'm an okay editor. I'm an okay entertainer. And I don't know. Who's the funniest person you ever met? Mason. Mason by far. Mason by far is the funniest guy. He just says what's on his mind, and he just has no filter. It goes from here to here in 0.2 seconds. It's the first thing that comes to his head, he says, and it's funny. What is the best sitcom, past or present? How I Met Your Mother. I really like that show. Aside from the end, I said this in the April Fool's video, but I don't know how I feel about the ending. It's the best show currently on TV. Dave, dude, if you haven't seen Dave, His stream's not over. If you haven't seen Dave, watch it. It's on Hulu and FXX. Dude, that show is really good. It's about Lil Dicky. And I'm not a big rap guy, but I don't mind Lil Dicky. I've only heard 2 of his songs, but I like Lil Dicky. And when I found out he had a show and I heard that it was good, I was like, I'm gonna check her out. And it's about him. So, yeah. What will be the future of TV shows? All online, probably. But someone will make a service to wrap in all services, and then it'll just be cable again. Or each cable network will make their own streaming services, and someone will loop them all into one, and then it'll just be cable. It'll be cable without the cable, if you know what I'm saying. What cartoons did you watch as a child? I don't know. How often do you binge watch shows? Before this? Not really. I guess I binge watched How I Met Your Mother, and The Ranch. And nothing else really. I guess I binge watched the first season of Stranger Things. I finished that in like 3 days. But then I just never watched season 2. I just couldn't get into it. But right now I binge watched Tiger King. But after that, or before that, I started watching Gravity Falls, and that was some good stuff. That's some good stuff. What's the worst movie you've seen recently? I don't know. The only movies I see are movies I know I want to see. So. No, it's books now. Music. Okay, there. The last song you listened to? Oh, I hit the fucking thing. Ride the Lightning by Metallica. During the break. Stop. Siri. Song always puts you in a good mood. I don't know. Oh no, I do know. Mr. Blue Sky. That's some top-notch stuff. Has technology changed the music industry? Not much, I don't think. Because there's still bands, like a lot of like rock and metal stuff, still like plays all their stuff, and they don't like Pro Tools a lot. And if you don't know, that's like the music software to like edit stuff or whatever to produce music. Before that, it was tape. Which do you prefer, popular music or relatively unknown music? In between, because that's kind of what Death Punch is. Because they're not like mainstream, but they're all, well, maybe they, I don't know, I don't really follow that, but they're not necessarily mainstream. But for a lot of it, I think like a lot of their stuff is, it's not underground really, because they toured with Megadeth, but they aren't big. The best song? That's subjective. What was the first band or musician you were really into? Queen. Dude, Queen has sent me on a path to just love music now, because I first started listening to Queen and getting into like the lore of Queen, and that's what set me down the path of wanting to know a lot about bands. But Um, I heard that Bohemian Rhapsody was coming out, and I was like, I kind of want to see that movie, but I don't know a lot of Queen. Like, I knew Queen, obviously, and I knew We Will Rock You and Bohemian Rhapsody, but I wasn't, and We Are the Champions and a lot of their other stuff, but I didn't really know a lot about them, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that then led me to, I went from Queen to Five Finger Death Punch because that came up in my recommended. And I was like, I like Death Punch. I haven't listened to him in a while though. Let's listen to him. And then that led me for like a month to just listening to them. Because for like 3 months, I just listened to, Queen. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. But I just listened to them, and then for like a month I started listening to Death Punch, and then for like 3 months I started listening to Metallica because that just came up in my recommended. I was like, my uncle likes Metallica, and I've been getting into more so metal stuff. And I was like, let's check them out. And the video I watched was Frantic, and I was like, this is a good song. And one of the only good songs off of Saint Anger. And Saint Anger, it isn't bad, but it could have been better. It could have been produced better, but oh well. But yeah, so that's that. Now I switch in between listening to a lot of Death Punch stuff and Metallica stuff. How often do you check your phone? More than I should, probably. How many? Here, let's go to my thing. Battery. Wait, no. I just need to search screen time, I think. Excuse me. How do I find pickups? Oh. Today I've picked up my phone 56 times. 56 times today. Is that bad? I don't know. Sunday I picked it up 85 times. Yesterday 55. Okay. Yesterday I also didn't stream. Do you call more or text more? Text. What will phones be like in 10 years? I don't know. People probably didn't expect them to be the way they are 10 years ago, so how am I supposed to know? How do you feel if you accidentally leave your phone at home? I don't. What kind of case do you have for your phone? This one. A thin one, because I don't like having big bulky case. A big bulky case. Do you experience the phantom vibration? No, but I just experienced it. But I do sometimes think out of the corner of my eye I see it turn on because of a notification. But that time it did because I was just waving her around, and I must have bumped it with like my palm or something. My throat's getting goofy again. We're almost at 5 hours. Where'd you like to travel to next? I don't know, anywhere. Being able to leave my house and go to a store. Is your favorite piece of technology that you own? A computer. What was the best invention in the last 50 years? A computer. When was a computer invented? I guess specifically PC. 85? Yeah, it was the last 50 years. Alright. Does technology simplify life or make it more complicated? It definitely simplifies it. Will technology save the human race or destroy it? With all this right now, it could very well destroy it. Because of being so widespread and getting information from incredible sources. Not incredible sources like, wow, you're good, but like credible but not non-credible sources. I think that's probably what the right word for it is. But there's probably gonna be a lot. They could probably destroy it, but if you're talking about robots rising up, probably not that, but who knows? Who knows what'll come in the next however many years? What do you think the next big technological advance will be? I don't know. Maybe probably something with a phone. Probably something having to do with a phone. What tech from a sci-fi movie would you like most like to have? Time traveling. So I can travel the fuck out of this. God, my throat is fucked. I've been talking for almost 5 hours straight. What's your favorite shirt? Not this one, but my other one. Not this one, another one. Yeah. Does fashion help society in any way? I had to, on the ACT, because I took that back in the beginning of March, I think. Or end of February, whatever it was. But before, like, not long before schools got canceled, but our writing portion of that was about fashion. It's like how it helps people or whatever. So yeah, it was dumb. Probably didn't do great on it as a whole, but probably definitely not that. What personal goals do you have? Reach 90 subscribers, because we're damn close. Raise money for charity. Have your goals change your life? I don't know. What are your goals for the next 2 years? Do this. Graduate high school. Make money and fuck. I'm not saying that. I don't know. I don't know. Graduate and then figure it out from there. That's weird because I realized the other day, or not the other day, but like at some point last week, I realized that at the end of the year, this year I'm turning 18. What the hell? That is weird. What are some goals you've already achieved? I don't know. Get a donation. Granted, it was from me, but it was still a donation. I'm gonna try and donate again. Try and guess what this other card CVC is. This card can't be verified now. Ah. Has not gone through yet. It says it's processing. Probably gonna take all this time and be like, oh, can't. So I tried doing it through PayPal. Something went wrong. God damn it, it didn't work. Got a text from PayPal. It may or may not go through, who knows. I don't know if I want to go another hour. I know I said I was going to go the full 6 hours regardless. But I don't know. 'Cause I'm losing steam. My throat's hurting and I don't want to mess it up. But I don't know. I think I'm gonna end it because I'm gonna stream for the same thing on Saturday. So, yeah, this is last minute, last call. But if you have any last minute donations you want to get in, yeah. So that's that. We only raised $2, but that's still something. So. Yeah, I'll be streaming this again on Saturday, and that'll be a longer stream. So yeah, and I'll actually do the full thing that time. But yeah, so another reason why I'm cutting the stream short is because I have school stuff to do, so I should probably do that. So yeah, so that's that. I'm gonna end the stream here. Thank you to everyone who ended up coming out. But yeah, so we'll be streaming with this again on Saturday, so be there or be square, as I've said in the announcement videos. So yeah, that's that. Bye.